Steve Shuttleworth.
Present.
Robbie Yates.
Present.
Commissioner McAdams.
Present.
Larry Baldwin.
Present.
Neil Andrew.
I am here.
Renee Cahoon.
Present.
Lauren Salter.
Here.
Catherine Skinner.
Present.
D.R. Bryan.
Present.
And
Did you already forget about me?
Commissioner Herron.
Present.
Commissioner Hollowell.
Present.
That's 13.
Thank you, Angela. Good morning, everyone. Welcome again. We've got a pretty packed agenda for today. So some of us will be here longer than others. Dr. Moore, I know it's not quite 9:15, but welcome. We appreciate you coming and speaking with us again today. And thank you again for all the work that you do on the science panel, you and all the members of the science panel. I'm not sure everybody understands everything that's presented to us, but we certainly do appreciate the work. So I'm going to turn the floor over to you this morning.
Thank you, Chair Cahoon, and good morning, commissioners. Glad to be here. And my remarks are fairly brief this morning. We did, as you know, present the draft report on the effects of structures on open ocean coastlines at your last meeting. And we had some comments and some discussion around a few points. And so we have addressed those in the report and now submit it for consideration as final report from us. Just a reminder that we took the approach of categorizing structures, hard structures, into two categories. Structures that are intended to mitigate erosion by trapping sand, and structures that are intended to reduce risk to infrastructure from wave attack and erosion, so shoreline armoring. All structures essentially fit into these two categories, and we really focused only on the open ocean coastline. And so living shorelines, approaches used on the sound side are not included in our report. We do briefly point that out within the report. And a summary of our revisions provided here. We provided a track changes version, so with the hope that that would allow you to very quickly take a look through and see where we made changes. The changes are fairly minimal, but we wanted to be responsive, especially to Commissioner Baldwin's concerns and questions that were raised and the others that came up. So essentially, we were asked to provide a little more context for erosion hotspots. Of course, much of the North Carolina coastline is not eroding extremely rapidly, and so there was a request to point more directly to the places that are of greatest concern. And so we added reference to the DCM's erosion rate update, which provides an assessment of how much the coast is eroding, how much of the coast is eroding at different rates. And so we added the summary that about 140 miles of coastline is eroding at rates greater than 2 feet per year. About 135 miles of coastline on the open coast is eroding at about less than 2 feet per year, and that about 100 miles are accreting. And we talk a little bit in the revisions about the fact that because beach nourishment is used so frequently and widely, it is masking or offsetting naturally higher erosion rates in the places where it's being used. And there are actually studies that show you can see an increase in background erosion rates in an increase in the amount of sand that needs to be placed over time to maintain the shoreline in the position that's desired. On page 10, we also added the erosion hotspot map shown here from a 2021 North Carolina DOT report. And we highlight that the hotspots in Dare and Hyde County are of greatest concern at the moment. We also added reference to the inlet hazard area report that the science panel presented to you not too long ago to highlight that some of the areas that are experiencing rapid erosion are associated with inlet hazard areas, but here we're really talking more about the open ocean area. We also clarified the different types of breakwater structures. So there are closed structures and open structures. Reef ball or reef breakwaters are more open structures. And there's interest, we've heard interest in reef balls and open reef structures, but science hasn't borne out the utility of these structures on a coastline such as our own. We actually found evidence that there are some places where such structures were in place and then had to be removed or modified because they were not functioning as intended and had consequences that were too detrimental. So we don't feel that it's appropriate to call out any particular company or product. And so we kept the language general. And so, reef ball structures would fall under that open breakwater, and these are submerged features. And the other thing to keep in mind is that with our high energy coastline, a submerged breakwater, some might prefer those because you don't see them, but they're actually less effective at breaking wave energy because they're below the water level. And during storms, they're even lower relative to the water level. And that's when waves are biggest. So there are real challenges associated with the use of these types of structures. We also addressed minor typos. We renumbered the figures because we added the erosion rate map, and we included those citations in the references. And that's basically a summary of what we've added. And I think I can stop there. And if there are any questions or discussion points that I can provide further insight on, I can do that. I will perhaps close by saying that none of this is new science. What we've provided is an overview of what really has been largely known for decades about the way that hard structures function on open ocean coastlines. And they can have localized benefits, but they are generally always associated with negative effects or detrimental effects from the perspective of some downdrift or in adjacent locations. And it's really all about trade-offs. There could be benefits, there are going to be adverse effects, and deciding what's being protected and how to balance the choices around trade-offs is really the key message.
Thank you, Dr. Moore. Commissioner Baldwin, I believe I read what you asked, Dr. Moore. Would you summarize for the commission what you asked, please?
You like to put me on the spot.
You usually like to talk. I was just giving you
Still early. Okay. And I appreciate y'all indulging my comments and everything, but it's basically, and you covered the additions very, very well. Thank you for doing that. And it's, but the big thing is trying to find if there are alternatives out there, whether they've been tried or not. They have been tried a lot internationally, some with mixed success. And, rather than just sitting there and watching things fall in the sea and reading the New York Times or whatever paper you read about the whole coast of North Carolina, I truly appreciate you putting that in perspective of 37% of the coastlines eroding more than 2 feet. 36 is less than 2 feet, and 27% of our coast is actually accreting and building up. And that makes a huge difference in perspective and context of what is the state of our coast. And referencing Ken Richardson's, the CAMA GIS guy, his materials, which that's updated about every 5 years, and it gives you a good snapshot of what is the state of our coast. And also different coastlines, the aspect, which way they face is everything, what the predominant winds are and what parts of the coastline are impacted, their aspect, the way they face with hurricanes coming up. It's in Avon, Buxton, Rodanthe, which this map is great. They're very vulnerable. I mean, when you have hurricanes, counterclockwise winds coming from the northeast. They're in the face of it. There's no question about that. But I do appreciate all your time and effort, and had some good discussions last night at your great social, which on side discussions with some of the science panel members.
Okay.
And
Yeah, I wish I could have been there, but I had other
We missed you.
obligations farther south.
You would have
so.
enjoyed it. It was
yeah.
very good, but it was definitely, I learned more every day.
Good.
And the report I think is a good basis to start from.
Great. Well, we appreciate your feedback, and I do feel like these improve the
You're kind.
context.
You're very kind.
Well, and I'll say, if I may, too, that certainly the Outer Banks and that east-facing coastline, highly vulnerable to hurricanes. And also, it's not just that. The long-term chronic erosion that we see there is because of the shoreline shape and the distribution of along-shore sediment transport volumes and how they change along shore. And so, in these hotspot areas, there's less sand coming in than there is going out. Part of that is due to the migration of the Cape and the shape of the coastline as it adjusts to changes in wave climate. And so it's, we do have these particular locations where there's some really major challenges, and these aren't new. I mean, these places, as we say in the report, have been eroding through prehistoric time, right? So these are places where the coastline is moving landward very rapidly due to a combination of factors. And, I was recently dropping my daughter off at college in the Midwest, and I watched a tornado form. And I thought, we don't know how to stop tornadoes, right? We don't have a way to stop tornadoes. And tornadoes are much less predictable than long-term erosion rates. But if we could know where there were always going to be tornadoes and it was a particular spot, we'd probably get out of the way of the tornadoes because we don't know how to stop them. And I know it's really, there is such a desire, and it's completely understandable, to stop long-term chronic erosion. And yet in some cases there's a desire for a solution, but there really isn't a solution. What we can do is buy time. It's like getting older, right? The inevitable is going to happen, but we can extend life. We can stay healthier. We can make choices that allow us to do what we want to do for longer. And yet the inevitable is the inevitable. And long-term chronic erosion that's been occurring for hundreds of years in these particular places is a little bit like that.
I also appreciated you putting in there the law of mass conservation. The sand is there. It doesn't disappear.
Right.
It's how it's managed and how nature works it. And that's what we've got to figure out. Just
Well, and
like
that's the
tornadoes.
trick, right? Because if you trap it in one place, it's not going somewhere else.
Yep.
And so that you have to be really mindful about where it's not going, and can that be mitigated, or is there not an option for that part? So thank you for your thoughtful requests.
Thank you, Larry. Appreciate that. Other questions for Dr. Moore? Sorry, DR?
Thank you for being very quick this morning.
Well, it was not quick last time, yeah.
But since you were so quick, and we do have 4 out of 13 people here that have never seen.
Right, I
this
thought about
before.
that.
Do you think we have time that maybe you could just take those 4 photos from the cover? And
Oh.
because they're all so different.
Let me see,
Uses.
what are the photos on the cover? Let me-
I say on the cover, maybe on the first page of our report.
Yeah. Do we have a way to put that up on the screen?
Yes.
Or you all have it in front of you?
I have it in front of me.
Let's see.
It's in our packet.
It's in our packet.
So can we not,
There you go.
can we not put our
Well, she doesn't
packet
know
on?
what it is.
It's streamed, everything on yours streams from back there, and we don't have it preloaded, and we don't have a way to share.
Does everyone have the report in their packet?
Yeah, we do.
Okay.
We do.
Well, the upper left photo, that's Cape Hatteras National Seashore. a photo from a portion of Cape Hatteras National Seashore, which is also worth really highlighting that many of the erosion hotspots are in the Cape Hatteras National Seashore, which brings up another layer of challenge and something to keep in mind with respect to hard structures, because the National Park Service has purview over much of that area. But this is Cape Hatteras National Seashore at Cape Hatteras, and you can see sort of the bump in the coastline there associated with the groins. So you're looking north toward Buxton would be kind of at the top edge of that image. The image on the right is the revetment at Fort Fisher in New Hanover County. And if it were up on the screen and I could point to it, if you look at the bottom portion of the image, you can see there's a beach. And then if you go, I don't know, a quarter of the way up, you can see that there's not a beach, there's a wall. And that continues for a bit of a distance, and then there's a little bit of a beach to the north. And so this image illustrates what happens when you put in a wall and you fix the position of the backshore on an eroding coastline. I mean, here we're protecting an historical monument, right? And so the choice was made to protect Fort Fisher at the expense of a beach in front of Fort Fisher, because erosion continues and eventually meets the wall and passes the wall to the north and to the south. And where there isn't a wall, there is the possibility of a beach. Once that process continues long enough, that seawall will stick out far enough to start acting like a groin. And a groin is a shore, as many of you know, a shore perpendicular structure that is meant to build a beach updrift by trapping sand. And so if a seawall sticks out far enough, it starts to have that effect, which starts the downdrift beach. In the case of a location where there's also nourishment occurring downdrift, that effect may be mitigated. And I believe that's part of what's occurring here. Let's see, on the third image, that's the terminal groin. Let's see, number 3, right. The bottom right, so we're going clockwise. The bottom right is the terminal groin at Ocean Isle. And Ken's not here. I don't know what year this image is from. Tancred, do you know? Oh, it says 2022. So it looks a little different now. But this is a terminal groin, which, for those who are less familiar, is a particular type of groin, unlike the groins in Buxton, which are farther away from the inlet and a little more mid-island. The terminal groin is placed near an inlet. And the idea is that because you're trapping sand that would otherwise go into the inlet, the effects are potentially less severe, because, and maybe beneficial. You don't have as much sand to dredge out of the inlet. In Ocean Isle, you can see that the terminal groin in this image has been effective at building a beach in front of the homes to the left or to the west of the groin. But to the right of the groin, there's been quite a lot of erosion. And that's because of conservation of mass, as Commissioner Baldwin brought up. So we're trapping sand in one place, it's not getting to another place. And there have since been efforts to try to correct that. I believe sandbags went in initially to protect the homes that were threatened. Sandbags, in our report, we classify as a seawall. They're currently permitted and allowed in emergency situations as a temporary measure, but they rarely are temporary. They rarely are removed. And they do the same thing as a rock wall. They fix the back shore in place. And then the lower left image is the terminal groin on Bald Head Island. And this is an image from 2015. There's also a geotextile tube groin field along South Beach. And honestly, at the scale I have for this image, it's hard for me to describe exactly where those structures are. But they collectively are leading to the buildup of sand there on Bald Head. And I believe there are some new permits in the works to change those tubes to something more permanent. So if that helps a little bit, I mean, I'm happy to get together on a Zoom call with those who are less familiar and run through parts of the slideshow that I shared last time, if that would be of use or to talk through some of the mechanisms and the processes behind the evaluation of the effects of structures, if that would be useful.
Thank you, Dr. Moore. I'm sure we'll touch base with the 4 new commissioners, and then we'll try to set up something.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
And I'll stay for any further questions that might come up as you discuss.
Okay. Also want to point out that one of your science panel members that we haven't seen lately, Rudy, welcome.
Oh, thank you for pointing that out. Yes, hi,
Always welcome.
glad you're
Rudy.
here. Yes,
we are
and
too.
much appreciation to the science panel from me as well for their engagement. And they're really committed to this work and take it so seriously. And we have very careful, intentional deliberations and having a mix of engineers and scientists on the panel is really beneficial. And it's not difficult to come to consensus on most aspects of this. So thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll still have discussion later in the meeting about this, but also Daniel. Good morning.
Good morning. And again, my name's
Remember, microphones today. Definitely.
Remembered
Loudly.
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 There we go. Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Again, my name's Daniel Cavoni, and I'm the policy section chief for the division and office. I'd like to give you a presentation today in regards to other coastal states and how they approach this issue. I was not at your last meeting, but I did review it, and it was requested by staff to take a deeper dive into hardened structures in other states. So I've reached out to other states by email, by telephone, from Maine all the way to the West Coast. From what my take home from all of those discussions were, is there's not a whole lot that significantly changed from the last report, but there was a few little things that I'd like to add. So this is what this presentation will discuss. So in Maine, hardened structures for the most part, and this is what you'll be hearing a lot of, are somewhat prohibited, and new construction is not allowed. However, there are alterations or replacement are allowed for under emergency provisions. There was a 2025 amendment that also allowed for a one-time increase. It is very hard and difficult. I guess I need to start this presentation by saying trying to understand the permitting process and the laws and rules of another state is very difficult and how it's applied. I think the same applies to here if you try to explain to people our laws and rules. So bear with me as I try to go through these coastal states. So in Massachusetts, again, hardened structures are restricted, such as seawalls, revetments, and geotubes. Beach renourishment is the preferred method. And additionally, if it is allowed, if it is constructed adjacent to a dune, it shall avoid impacts to the existing vegetation. And this is a picture of Salisbury Beach in Massachusetts. In Rhode Island, hardened structures are prohibited for 75% of the shoreline. This is due to extreme wave action of parts of the state where a hardened structure would not be appropriate, but also they have a lot of refuge and conservation areas where hardened structures will not be allowed by federal, by the Park Service or others. If there is going to be a hardened structure, the permittee must demonstrate that non-structural alternatives have been evaluated before it is allowed. And this is, again, a picture of post-tropical storm Sandy in Rhode Island. In Connecticut, hardened structures are allowed when necessary to protect pre-1995 homes. And again, in that situation, they must demonstrate the feasibility of that hardened structure And under the Connecticut Management Act, non-structural erosion measures are preferred, again, retreat or renourishment.
Daniel, could I ask you a question?
Yes, ma'am.
On that, are the structures paid for by the state or are the structures paid for by the municipalities or counties?
Very good question. I do not know the answer to that of who's affording those hardened structures, but I will take note of that. That's a good question. So.
Okay, thank you.
In New York, hardened structures are discouraged unless necessary by providing proof that the erosion control erosion has been happening for 30 years without harming an adjacent property. And again, nourishment is preferred. So you have to basically demonstrate you've had erosion for 30 years before it's even considered to allow hardened structure in the state of New York. So New Jersey, hardened structures again are discouraged. It does allow repairs to hardened structures. As we all know, New Jersey does have growing fields, so it does allow repairs to 1981 structures. However, that is under restrictions, and nourishment and dune restoration is preferred. This is a picture of Avalon in New Jersey. And again, New Jersey is moving away from allowing hardened structures, but here's a picture of some of the existing structures of the beaches in New Jersey. This is at the Gateway National Recreational Area. In Delaware, they have the Delaware's Beach Preservation Act, which basically restricts hardened structures and new construction in general, and retreat of homes and renourishment is the preferred method. Again, in Maryland, hardened structures are generally prohibited except for repairs to existing structures, but only in Ocean City. And here's a picture of Ocean City in Maryland. Keep moving south. In Virginia, hardened structures are generally, again, prohibited, permitted only when there is an ecological harm or serves the public interest. In that situation, that would be roads or other public infrastructure, and nourishment is preferred method. South Carolina, hardened structures are prohibited except for protecting public roads again. And this predates the South Carolina Beachfront Management Act. Groins may be allowed only when the beaches have already been renourished. So it is considered if it's been a nourished beach. Georgia has their Georgia Shore Protection Act. Again, generally discourages hardened structures on the beaches and dunes. However, there are exceptions for public works. This is a picture of Tybee Island in Georgia. Moving on to Florida. As we all know, there's a lot of hardened structures in that state. Florida does regulate hardened structures under their Beach Shore Protection Act. Hardened structures are allowed when protections are required and there is no other alternatives. Going on to the Gulf Coast of Alabama, hardened structures are allowed when alternatives are infeasible and there's no other alternatives. In Louisiana, they are evaluated on a case-by-case basis, and there is no prohibition of hardened structures in the state of Louisiana. In Texas, they're prohibited again, but they may be allowed on public property outside public beach areas, so this will be a private property issue. On the West Coast in California, hardened structures are allowed for coastal dependent uses in any areas of our home that may be endangered by erosion. This is Dana Point in California. And lastly, Oregon, hardened structures are prohibited for anything after 1977, and they prefer vegetation sandbags and retreat. So I'll conclude with that. That was my looking into other states. Again, nothing much has changed from the last time we reported on this. The take home on this is that the majority of coastal states do discourage hardened structures, but it's not prohibited. And basically, renourishment and retreat is the preferred method. Coastal permitting allowance and erosion control is different in each state. And as I mentioned at the beginning of this presentation, it's very hard to compare each state, how their laws are applied. Each coastal program is different. Some of their jurisdiction and rules is passed down to the local municipalities. Some of them are handled by the state. Some are handled through federal consistency, as you heard yesterday. So it's very hard to compare, in my opinion, how each state does it. But the take home is that every state is moving away from hardened structures. But there's not like a complete ban, I think, on that is the take home. Taker, would you agree with that? Yeah. So anyhow, happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Daniel. Questions for Daniel? Jordan?
Yes, just a couple. Delaware, I was recently at a conference and was listening to a presentation that was given about a Route 1 in Delaware after a hurricane in August of 2024 wiped it out, and it looked very similar to Highway 12 after some of our storms. And he went through the timeline, and their laws do allow to emergency use of some type of revetment, and they ended up putting stone rock out there as a temporary, then filled it in with the beach nourishment project. But it was August, and by November they were already putting sand on top of the rock out there that they just put out there. So I think there are processes in other states that we can look at. It's not where it's a straight up ban in state statute, such as what we have in North Carolina. Another point where in Rhode Island, when it talked about the 75% that is banned or not allowed on their beaches, and I'd imagine our state, if there was a effort to proceed with some type of structures, we would see something very similar where we wouldn't allow structures in probably about 75% of our coastline because it's accreting or it doesn't show rapid erosion in the need of some type of structure. So, but none of that can be considered because of our general statutes that say the only thing that can be put on a beach is a sandbag. And I have more questions when we get to that sandbag part. So
Okay, thank you.
just a comment.
Dr. Moore? If you would.
As I read through the summary regarding the 75% versus the 25%, my understanding was that the 75% was the fraction of open ocean coastline, and the 25% was, what was that 75%?
So my take home was,
Daniel?
Sorry, microphone.
I'll get it eventually. I have to look back into that. My take home was that from reading it, it had a lot to do with there was areas where the wave action would not even allow it. There was too much wave action. There was refuges. There was conservation areas that no hardened structure will be allowed because it was a public beach per se, or a park service property or something like that. And I do think estuarine waters were probably part of that equation. But the take home, looking at it was those three main criteria.
It'd be worth checking
think
to
you're right.
see if that
You're right.
25% that is allowed is actually estuarine shoreline, not open ocean coastline.
That is correct. Rhode
And so
Island's
the
a
open
very
ocean
small
coastlines where
state.
they don't
Yeah.
allow it.
Correct.
The other thing about Louisiana, just to mention, is their barrier islands landscapes aren't developed, and so they wouldn't be having the request for hardened structures in those areas. So just to point out that Louisiana maybe is a little bit less of a relevant example in the case that they don't have a prohibition.
Right.
Thank you. Other questions for Daniel? Not? Thank you, Daniel.
Madam Chairman,
Yes, sir.
could I ask a question and maybe phase it as a comment as well?
Absolutely.
I'm trying to catch up. I'm overcoming, I promise I will be better at my inequity that we all identified at the beginning of the meeting yesterday. But this subject, I visited the meeting back in Newbern, and listened to the presentation, very interesting, for about an hour and 15, 20 minutes. And then we here are addressing the same thing, but I understand there is a law in North Carolina, I'm sure they have touched on it already, that prohibits any hardened structures in the state of North Carolina. Is that a correct summation on my point?
No.
Yes, sir, that is correct. However, the
Is that,
legislature,
am I wrong?
there are exceptions to the hardened rule structure. The legislature has permitted up to 5,
Six.
7 hardened structures. Ocean Isle Beach qualified for one of those exceptions. Bald Head has qualified.
So what is the intent of the science committee? And I understand you gather data and you do a great job at it. But the intent, is it to formulate a campaign to keep the law as it currently is? Or is it to be innovative, maybe even throw the word creative? And if some miracle comes along that happens to be a hardened structure, that it could be dealt with by the people responsible, and that's the CRC.
The intent of our questions are to gain more knowledge and information about hardened structures, as well as if the state asks us for a recommendation or information, we were able to give it, which is what we're in the process of doing. And there may be other recommendations that come out of this, but we're not trying to rewrite the law. We're just trying to understand what our options are if everything is permitted. Because the legislature's taken a parallel action. They have introduced legislation to allow hardened structures. It has not passed at this time that I'm aware of. So that's what we're doing, is trying to gather information and see where we want to go.
And
with any
I
recommendations.
understand that. But again, so evidently the law that's on the books now is not absolute.
No, there are 6 exceptions to that law.
Can someone just give a quick, can Tinker, Mr. Miller give a quick summary of it? Because we got 4 new members too, so, of the law.
That's my full presentation.
That's the
Oh,
next,
okay,
that's the next.
okay, okay. We're jumping
Kind of
ahead.
preempting. You're kind of preempting.
Okay.
And can I just speak briefly to your comment about what the intent of the science panel is? Because Chair Cahoon almost essentially spoke to it, but our intent is to serve the CRC and provide the CRC with information that's requested. And so our intent is simply to provide the science as requested in the charge.
We requested the science panel to do this study, and they've met several occasions. They presented a report. Some other questions came out. They refined the report and answered those questions, and that's what they brought back today.
Okay.
Um,
This, you'll just have to.
So that's where we are today.
Yes.
Well, of course, I think somebody mentioned, there's a law before the state legislature at present. It's in the process somewhere to do away with the law as it currently exists. Is that right? And
Elements of it, yes.
Amend it.
Yeah. But whatever comes out, they're usually going to give the CRC some direction about how to proceed.
But then that would throw the responsibility more so back on the science committee to do your due diligence. And this body who has the responsibility, is that not correct, Mr. Secretary?
So it would depend on how the law is written. So we've seen different versions. One version would have this body coming up with rules to make sure that there's protections for downstream or downdrift properties and environmental protections.
Well, what happens if a technology comes along, and I understand there are some out there now that are phenomenal, and we really like it, and the committee likes it. You guys look at it, oh my Lord, where did this come from? And so are we prohibited from addressing that?
You mean from a scientific understanding perspective or from a permitting perspective?
I've been trying to read up on the responsibility of the CRC, and it looks like Coastal Resource Commission has the ultimate responsibility. Maybe I misread it. I don't think I did. And what, to that end, and maybe now is not the proper time, but for this body to be able to at least consider, not to, hopefully we have the knowledge and the wherewithal and the courage to do away with those things that our expertise tells us no, but not absolute. To that end, can I make a motion?
I think so there's still she's going to give a presentation on the law.
We still
Okay,
have another presentation to talk
okay,
about the law
okay, that's
part.
fine, that's fine,
A motion probably would be a little bit early at this point in the game.
okay.
Christy?
All right, good morning. I'm Christy Goebel. I'm a DEQ Assistant General Counsel. And my presentation this morning is going to be a little bit of law and a little bit of a survey of the hardened structures that are existing in our state already. So despite the ban.
Just a quick, was this email, it's not linked online, is it?
No,
Okay.
we can make it
Sorry,
available
I'll
though. Yep. But you're seeing it on your screens, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So the law at issue here is GS 113A. Whoops. Sorry. Okay, is 113A 115.1. It came out of House Bill 1028, which was then Session Law 2003-427 in 2003. A list of the sponsors there, and there were no dissenting votes when this, it was ultimately signed by Governor Easley on August 19th of 2003. I've heard a couple of stories of what prompted the law to go into place. One was that it's related to the part of NC 12 in Kitty Hawk near the Pelican's Perch property shown on that photo. DOT wanted to put some sheet pile along 12 there, and that kind of stirred things up and resulted in the law. I'd also heard.
Christy,
Sorry?
we're not seeing on our screen what you're talking about.
Okay.
We're on a slide before the law.
Okay. I'm sorry about that. I got
The screen we have.
discombobulated. Okay. That's what we're looking at. Okay. This one keeps changing on me without me touching it. Okay, let me back up. So before the law that I just started to dive into, there were the commission's rules, and those were passed initially by the commission in 1983. The four provisions that made up essentially the ban were paragraph 0308, 7H 0308 A1A, which stated a preferred erosion controlled measures shall be beach nourishment and relocation. Paragraph B, that erosion control structures, including jetties and groins, are prohibited. D, erosion control measures which interfere with public access and use of ocean beaches is prohibited. And then E, erosion control measures which significantly increase erosion on adjacent properties are prohibited. The rules were later amended in 1989 to include paragraph M, which had permitting exceptions that were passed through emergency and temporary rules and ultimately a permanent rule. And that had to do with the terminal groin at Bonner Bridge. And I'll talk more about that in a minute, but that was the main update to those rules by the commission after their initial passage. So now jumping to the law, again, that was in 2003. Again, I've heard but two stories about what sort of prompted that and whether that was NC 12 and Kitty Hawk or the Shell Island case, which was going on at the same time. And I'll tell you more about Shell Island in a few minutes. But that prompted the law to be passed in 2003 with no dissenting votes. So looking at the law, the first section is definitions, as usually they are. So the first definition is what is an erosion control structure, and that's a breakwater, bulkhead, groin, jetty, revetment, seawall, or any similar structure. And it also defined an ocean shoreline, meaning the Atlantic Ocean, the oceanfront beaches, and frontal dunes. The term ocean shoreline includes an ocean inlet and the lands adjacent to an ocean inlet, but does not include those portions of any inlet and the lands adjacent that exhibit estuarine shoreline characteristics. So as you know, you're on the ocean, you go through the inlet, and at some point, the characteristics sort of shift from beach to an estuarine shoreline. And staff in some situations has to sort of make the call of where does that switch over. All right, and then we get into paragraph B, which is the ban. No person shall construct a permanent erosion control structure in an ocean shoreline. The commission shall not permit the construction of a temporary erosion control structure that consists of anything other than sandbags in an ocean shoreline. But then it, of course, goes on to say this section shall not apply to, and then we get into the exceptions. Another provision of the rule specifically states that the ban does not limit the commission to adopting rules to designate an AEC, to govern sandbags, or to govern essentially hardened structures on an estuarine shoreline. So the law was specific on those points. So we get into some of the exceptions. The first one is kind of a grandfather provision. Any approved structures approved prior to the date of the bill that were approved before the ban are allowed to stay. B2 allows that those constructed prior to 1974, which is of course the year the CAMA was passed, that has been in continuous use at an inlet maintained for navigation are allowed. And then, as we know more recently, B3 allowed terminal groins to be permitted pursuant to this law. Basically saying that terminal groins are not erosion control structures as defined in the law. So they're basically an exception to the law, to the ban. More exceptions. In paragraph C, the commission can renew a permit for an erosion control structure granted by variance prior to 1995 if the CRC finds four things. This is basically written to cover the Bald Head Island groin field. And that's been recently updated with some more allowances to switch the geotubes to rocks and to do some different configurations on that groin field. Paragraph C1, the sandbag structure can be repaired and replaced if it was permitted prior to 1995, and if it's next to a marine rock outcropping. As we know, that was done specifically to address the sandbag structure at the riggings in Curie Beach, adjacent to Fort Fisher, or just north of Fort Fisher. The terminal groin provision that was added starting in 2009 and has been kind of tweaked along the way with different amendments. It requires some extra documentation be required for a terminal groin application. It requires the CRC to issue a groin permit if it meets the statutory requirements for approval or denial of a permit, as well as making sure that the information required for terminal groins in this law is provided. It was recently amended to include a special measurement line for dune building associated with a terminal groin. That was written for a situation in Ocean Isle Beach. It has a maximum of 7 terminal groins. It includes New River Inlet and Bogue Inlet. As we know, Bald Head and Ocean Isle Beach are the two that have been constructed. Holden Beach at one point was considering a terminal groin, but apparently has backed off on that. North Topsail Beach had considered it initially, and then maybe had moved away from it for, I think, financial reasons, and now is maybe considering it again. So North Topsail is still kind of in the game. And then Figure 8 Island, because they don't have eminent domain powers, there was issues with getting the easements approved for where the groin would need to anchor to the island. So that seemed to be the reason why that one kind of stopped along the way. Further in the law, it spells out certain types of funds that are not allowed to be used to fund a terminal groin. And then there's also a reporting requirement where the commission through staff reports back to the ERC about groins regularly. At this point, it's a 5-year cycle of a report.
So despite this total ban, there's at least 15 hardened structures on North Carolina's ocean shorelines, as well as 12, I'm calling them supersized sandbag structures that have been authorized over the years through CRC variants. And so we're going to go through those. So here's a list of the hardened structures in North Carolina. Starting south to north, Ocean Isle Beach's Terminal Groin, Bald Head's Terminal Groin and Groin Field, the rocks at Fort Fisher, the Riggings Forever sandbags. We'll talk more about that one here. The Carolina Beach rocks at the north end of the island near the, just south of the pier. The Masonboro Inlet jetties. There's some concrete walls, older concrete walls in Salter Path, Pine Knoll, and Atlantic Beach. There's the Fort Macon Groin, the Beaufort Inlet rock structures, the Shackelford Jetty groin at the inlet, the Buxton groins that we know so much about, and then the Oregon Inlet groin. And so we're going to review those, kind of take a little Google Earth fly up the coast. Starting in the south, we've had the fortune to have a recent meeting here to look at the terminal groin again. So I think most of you are pretty familiar with that one. That was constructed in 2022. And then we move up to the Bald Head Terminal Groin, constructed in 2016. That was the first pursuant to the law change allowing terminal groins. Again, a rock groin. Here's a picture of the Bald Head Groin Field that's kind of just southeast of the terminal groin at Bald Head. These were constructed in 1996 through a CRC variance. So that was prior to the law ban, but still the rules needed to be varied, and that happened. The rocks at Fort Fisher, I think you just looked at that picture with Dr. Moore and yesterday with Spencer in the CRAC meeting. So those are just in Curie Beach, protecting the historic site. The Riggings Forever sandbags is a long history that I still have some PTSD from. So just kind of a quick overview on riggings. There was an initial 1985 permit issued by the LPO for a sandbag structure. Then we have a permit that allowed, the DCM issued, that allowed the sandbags to remain until 2000. At that point, the CRC issued 3 different variances between 2000 and 2005 to let them keep the sandbags longer while they were trying to come up with a solution. A fourth variance was issued in 2005 following the awarding of a $3 million FEMA grant. That grant would allow the 2 Oceanward buildings to move to property the HOA owned across the road, and then those areas would have to be not developed. That was very exciting at the time. However, the HOA failed to pass the accepting of that grant. And so in 2006, they declined the grant. Following that, there was a 5th variance hearing in January 2008 where the commission denied the variance to keep the sandbags for longer. There was some procedural stuff, and so then the CRC had to rehear it again in April of 2009. It was denied again. On appeal, the Superior Court switched and was found in favor of the riggings. That got appealed up to the Court of Appeals, which heard it and decided it in 2013. This was with 1 dissent on the 3-judge panel. And so at that time, that meant it could be appealed. So the commission appealed it to the Supreme Court. At the same time, one of the judges who had been on the Court of Appeals was elevated to the Supreme Court, and so was not able to participate in the Supreme Court hearing. And so the Supreme Court tied, which is very unsatisfying after all of this time. But that was the decision of the Supreme Court, the tie. So what that meant is that the decision below of the Court of Appeals controlled. So that meant on the main issues, the riggings prevailed, but it was without precedent because of the tie. So that was a kind of quirky little thing. So after that decision happened, the case got kicked back down to the commission, who issued a variance in 2015 based on the Court of Appeals decision. I think there was a realization at that point that they were gonna keep coming back every so often to have to ask again for permission to keep the bags a little longer, a little longer, a little longer. And so finally in 2018, they got the ear of someone in the General Assembly to kind of write an exception into the hardened structure ban to let them keep them. So that's why we call them sort of the forever bags of the rigging. So as long as those structures are there, the sandbag structure can also remain and can be taken down and replaced in the meantime. So that's a pretty unique situation, I would say, but those sandbags can remain as long as the structures can remain. So certainly as a hardened structure. All right, continuing our tour, moving up the coast, Carolina Beach Rocks at the north end. It's a 2,000 long linear foot pile of rocks that was authorized by Congress as an addition to the first nourishment project in the 1960s in Carolina Beach. Depending on nourishment cycles, sometimes they're covered, sometimes they're not, but they are under there. Moving up to the Masonboro Inlet jetties, I know there's been a lot of conversation about this. Those were constructed in 1968 and 1980, respectively. And we've got some old concrete walls at the location, in this case of the old iron steamer pier. This is in Salter Path, and on the Google Earth image there, you can kind of still see the concrete wall outline, kind of a marginal hardened structure. It's not very big or strong, but it certainly still remains on the beach. Further up, the Whaler Inn in Pinal Shores has kind of a similar concrete wall, as does the Atlantic Beach Circle. Coming around the end of Bogue, around the end of the inlet. We've talked a lot about the Fort Macon groin that's from kind of the Civil War era. Again, that's sort of that rock structure sticking out there near the fort. On the other side of Beaufort Inlet, we have this one's hard there too. This is hard to see, and I think my Google Earth cut it off. There's a rock structure on the right side where the purple dot is, and then there's also a rock structure on the left-hand side of the photo closer to the inlet. And I couldn't find the dates of when those actually went in, but it was pre-CAMA certainly. On the other end at Shackelford at Lookout Bight, there were rocks placed there around 1917. And moving up to the Buxton Groins in 1970. And then the Oregon Inlet Terminal Groin, which was 1991. And this one also had litigation associated with it. So a conservation group wanted to challenge a CAMA permit that was issued to DOT, allowing the terminal groin. DOT got a 1989 permit authorizing a groin to be constructed at the south end of Bonner Bridge to protect the bridge landing from erosion. It would have been prohibited by the rules in place of the commission at that time. DOT, instead of pursuing a variance, asked the CRC to adopt an emergency rule, which added an exception to the CRC's rules to specifically allow this terminal groin. Those emergency rules were adopted in May of '89. A CAMA permit was issued pursuant to that new emergency rule issued to DOT in that June. Then they went through the process of temporary rulemaking and eventually permanent rulemaking. Some of the issues in the court case included whether the process had been followed for the emergency rulemaking and temporary rulemaking related to notice and comment. And so that third party was filed in July of that year. The petitioners argued that the emergency rule was void because the CRC didn't have authority because this wasn't an emergency. That was one of the arguments. Nourishment alone was enough and that a groin wasn't needed. That was another of the arguments. Again, they've argued about the process for the temporary rulemaking and emergency rulemaking and who needed to be notified. And then also substantively argued that the prerequisites for the exception that had been written in the emergency rules were not present. So after they filed that third-party hearing request, the vice chair denied that on behalf of the commission. That was appealed up, and eventually the Court of Appeals disagreed that the CRC had followed the process for the emergency rulemaking related to notice. They did do the APA part of the notice right, but not a provision that was within the CAMA. The court also found against the commission related to characterizing one of the arguments that was made related to was nourishment enough or not, related to an affidavit. And also the court held that the CRC incorrectly held that they had to better make their arguments in their appeal. And so the case was getting remanded back, but at the same time, the Court of Appeals noted that because the decision would have little impact, because ultimately when the permanent rules went through, everything was followed. And so the permanent rules were good, even if the emergency and temporary rules were not. So that was obviously put in. We saw the picture back there. So those are the hardened structures. And then I wanted to talk a little bit about sandbags and is there a point where those become a hardened structure? I was interested to hear Dr. Moore make a comment about that at the last meeting, and that's always been, when we do the bigger sandbag variances, that's always been kind of a question that comes up that's not easily wrangled with. So you can look at that as far as if sandbags are allowed for a longer period of time than allowed by rule. At some point, do they become a hardened structure simply because they're there all the time? And then also what happens if they're allowed to be larger than the 6x20 structures that are allowed in your rules. So right now, the past commission rules used to allow sandbags for 2 years or up to 5 if the local government was pursuing a long-term option. The current rules allow for 8 years for sandbags. They also allow sandbags to be used more than once if the community is actively pursuing a nourishment or relocation, inlet relocation. Sandbags, if the structure, the threatened structure fails, is gone, the sandbags have to be removed within 30 days after that. But as we know, enforcement on sandbags is difficult. If the riggings case showed us anything, that's certainly a lesson learned from that. So the rules have time limits, but enforcing those time limits can be pretty difficult. Also, in looking at supersized sandbag structures, or those sort of larger than the 6x20 that is allowed in your rules, the commission has issued variances for larger sandbag structures at least 12 sites. And so here's the main list of those, and we're gonna fly the coast again. The first one, sandbags of 12x25 were allowed at the point at Sunset Beach. The end of the point was developed more recently with a number of lots, and the road was on the north side of the point, and the channel shifted, and so the road became threatened and regular size sandbags were put in, and then the commission eventually awarded a variance there to put bigger bags in. We have the west end of Ocean Isle Beach. The owner's name is Pika, or was Pika at the time. This was a 2016 variance issued by the commission for sandbag structures 45 wide by 12 high. And you can see that there. This is an older photo. It looks better. The site looks better now because the channel is not right up against the bags, but wanted to show, at least in 2017, you could see the bags a little bit better. This one is newer. This is the 2025 variance issued at the east end of Ocean Isle Beach on the east side of the terminal groin for the subdivision, the Point at OIB, 8 lots. They received sandbags that were 12 high by 40. And then over to the west end of Oak Island, kind of in the area of the variance we heard yesterday. This was, the commission issued a variance in 2016 to Barry Golab was his name, and another number of owners along the stretch. And that was for sandbags 30 base by 15 high. And that was 2014 through 2016. Another recent one was the variance issued to the Shoals Club at Bald Head Island, and those were for a 12 by 40 sandbag structure, and that you could see there in the photo. And then Shell Island, this one also has litigation associated with it. So this is a 1995 variance that was issued by the commission to Shell Island for sandbags. That was one of, I think, 4 different variances that they had requested. They got the one for the sandbags. They also asked for variance for more traditional hardened structures. So they put in the sandbags. They were trying to figure out what to do. And then there was kind of a wait. And then eventually the homeowners association brought a takings case against the state based on denials for CAMA permits that were seeking steel bulkhead hardened structures. Many of the claims were dismissed on a quasi-estoppel basis. So you can't have the benefits of the sandbags issued under the commission sandbag rules, but then challenge the commission's denial of the hardened structure through a permit denial. The Court of Appeals in these cases held that a permanent hardened structure was not part of an owner's riparian rights. The Court of Appeals noted that loss of riparian property is a natural phenomenon. And then, as we know, eventually the Homeowners Association teamed up with Figure 8 and paid to move the inlet north to realign the inlet there. But in these, there's a couple, 2 Shell Island decisions, but there were allegations by Shell Island that the protection of property from erosion is an essential right of property owners, but they couldn't cite any law to support that argument that they were making, that a landowner has a right to erect hardened structures to protect their property. The court noted that the North Carolina courts found that erosion and inlet migration were, quote, natural occurrences, a consequence of being a riparian landowner, which at times operates to divest landowners of their property. And in this case, they were quoting a 1970s case called Carolina Beach Fishing Pier. And the judges in that stole a little bit from Moby Dick, but they said, thus the lots of the plaintiff were gradually worn away by the churning of the ocean on the shore, and thereby lost its and their lots, and that its title was divested by the sledgehammering seas, the inscrutable tides of God. That's always a fun quote. So that was Shell Island. Moving north to the Figure 8 North End, this is one that you heard, February, I think. Originally, there were sandbags placed here through variances issued in the early 2000s. And then the erosion kind of abated for a while, and there was some smaller scale nourishment. And then this is the 2026 variance that was granted for 21 lots for 12 by 40 bags. And this is a picture, a recent picture of those new bags going in at Figure 8. Merlot Beach, I think this one was mentioned yesterday as well. This is in connection with Greg's presentation for alternative sandbags. This is where DOT wanted to put bigger bag structures and those alternative formulated sandbags at the cul-de-sac at Merlot Beach, following the opening of the jug handle bridge and moving 12 onto the jug handle and doing just the cul-de-sac here. So since the 1983 rules, the rules that were banning hardened structures, followed by the law that came later. We had the 1991 Oregon Inlet Terminal Groin. That was done through the rule amendment, maybe not with the emergency and temporary rules, but certainly the permanent rules finally stuck. Then 1996, the Fort Fisher Rocks. This Spencer might know. I'm not sure if this is through a variance. I assume that's the case, but I need to dig a little harder to find the answer. We had the 2016 Bald Head Island Terminal Groin. That was pursuant to the 2009 amendment to the hardened structure ban law. We had the 2018 riggings bags, the forever bags. Again, that was done through an amendment to the hardened structure ban. And then the 2022 OIB Terminal Groin pursuant to the Terminal Groin Amendment in 2009. And then we also have those 12 supersized sandbag structures that we looked at as well. And I'm happy to take any questions you have on that.
Thank you, Christy.
Sure.
Jordan?
I have a few, and really appreciate that presentation. That was very helpful, very thorough, and it shows that there's a lot of hardened structures on our coastline, and we still have a coastline. If you can have that uploaded too online, that'd probably be helpful
Sure.
too.
Yep.
If you could go back to the definition of the 2003 law on sandbags and what is allowed. That's a little ways back. Yep. So when I look at that, I don't see a definition for the material. It says sandbag.
The commission has passed rules
Correct.
which are more specific. Yep.
Correct. But the statute does not include a definition of the material. Right.
Yes.
Last time I checked, to make concrete, you need sand. So I'm just not saying that this is something to pursue at this time, but at some point, there's other technology out there. There's newer bags, bigger bags. I know in Florida, they use some that are called trap bag, which they actually do put concrete in those bags and put them out there on the shoreline. Another question. There was, if you go to the 12, list the 12 structures, how many of those are at inlets?
OIB, Bald Head, Carolina Beach Rocks is close-ish to Snow's Cut. Mason Burrows and Inlet, the old Salter Path stuff, that's not. Fort Macon is, Beaufort is, Shackelford is, Buxton is not, Oregon Inlet is. So 2/3.
So I think in the 2011 statute that allowed terminal groins, this was 4, then went up to 6, and I guess 7. It's specified at inlets, is that right? Or did it specify like at the end of a land mass?
I would need to pull up the language of the statute to
Okay.
remind myself what.
Okay.
I mean, I think that was part of a terminal groin was at I think it said at an inlet or end of a system or something
At a
like
system or
that.
land.
Yeah.
And when you look at Buxton, that could kind of be considered at the end of a land mass in some ways.
That would be something for a scientist and not a lawyer to answer, I
Right.
think.
Yeah. Gotcha. I'll let other folks ask questions. I got a couple more then too, so.
I'd like,
DR?
I don't know where you're going on this, but are you suggesting that we put concrete in a sandbag, even though the law says it should be a sandbag?
I'm looking at other states, and other states do that.
I'm asking about North Carolina. The law says sandbag. Are you suggesting we put concrete in
I
it?
was asking well, yeah, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Hollowell?
Yes. I would like to make a motion. The North Carolina Coastal Resource Commission support the effort of Senator Bob Brunson, Craven County, and his efforts to do away with the current hardened structure bill. Now, that's the motion. In support of that, it would open up, it looks like to me, consideration of all kinds of new technologies that seem to be out there. And that's basically it.
I'll second that motion.
That's asking this commission to take a political stand, which is not something that the commission would do. Typically, we don't typically take political.
I would say it's a policy. I don't look at that as political at all.
Well, may I offer an alternative? That instead of taking something that endorses a political action, that we ask the collaboratory that was created by the legislature to investigate items of interest and evaluate items of interest, that we ask the collaboratory to take a look at this.
Why the collaboratory?
Why? Because it's collaboratory would do scientific research and give back to the people of North Carolina what they think is best or what might work.
So
Is that not, am I misstating what the collaboratory is? Why wouldn't we want as much information as possible versus, because at some point, the CRC is going to be tasked with rulemaking, and we need to have the most information possible before we issue rulemaking.
I'd like to make a comment. I should think that if the legislature body knew and had a good understanding of the asset to hard structure, well, they wouldn't have made the banning law to begin with. I don't think we can turn to them for the answer. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, DR?
I'm sorry, would you repeat that?
Asking the legislature body to make changes to the rules, to the ban, and asking for their suggestions to something that they obviously didn't have enough information to make that decision on to begin with. Did they draw that information from the CRC to ban hard structure in the ocean for groins?
Sort of. I mean, they took what was in the rule.
Madam Chair,
Just a minute, one person at a time, please. DR?
I'm just trying to clarify Mr. Yates' comment. So are you saying that the legislature did not know what they were doing in 2003?
I'm saying there's a very good possibility of that.
Okay.
Lauren?
So the difference being that the collaboratory
A
isn't,
little bit closer, please.
the difference being that the collaboratory is not the legislature. It is a body of scientists that bring information back to the legislature. So you wouldn't be asking the legislature that was in session in 2003 that enacted the ban. You would be asking the collaboratory of 2026 to bring you all of this new technology, such as concrete and sandbags.
There's a motion and a second, and I haven't amended, I don't know if he's amended it. I haven't accepted, so.
Well, no one's amended the motion. I was throwing that out to the floor. Commissioner Shuttleworth?
I just need a little clarification on the motion.
The
What
motion
exactly
is,
we read?
the motion was to endorse the legislation being submitted by a certain
What did he say?
senator, I believe, to allow sandbags, which I don't have what the legislation is in front of me.
Right, so I would have a hard time supporting or opposing a motion to support something that I don't understand what they're asking us to vote on. That's why, I mean, and at the end of the day, for my 2 cents, it's political. It's been political for 40 years.
Mhm.
And sometimes the legislators go one way and sometimes now they want to go a different way. I thought our mission was tasked to interpret what the law was and how the rules need to be enforced. We're not here to set law. Individually, if we want to encourage that law or discourage that law, but as a body, I thought we were supposed to come up and help design how to implement a law or restrictions. So
I think
I
you're
appreciate
correct.
the motion. I'm just not sure I could vote one way or the other because I'm not sure exactly what the legislative verbiage is that's being proposed.
Unfortunately, I did not read the bill before I came down here, but the Senate has passed that bill, but the House has not.
No, no. It's passed the Senate committee. It hasn't passed the full Senate.
Okay, thank you. But it has not gone to the House, and there's a lot of back and forth between the legislature, and I feel incredibly uncomfortable backing a bill that has not had the full debate of the House and the Senate. And we are picking a side that we are not being well informed on. And we're wading into a debate that we probably really shouldn't be there. So I think we've got to be incredibly cautious about what we think we should be doing here.
Madam Chairman, the intent of the motion is to put the situation where our hands are tied. Hardened structures are banned. That's simple. Senator Benson has presented a bill to do away with that law. Then it becomes incumbent upon us who have chosen to be here to use a committee and all the talent that's available to us to assist the legislature in coming up with a more equitable plan. First, we have to deal with the bill that is in the process right now. My comment.
Thank you. I'm going to speak against the motion because I think it's premature. Because the fact that until we see a bill coming out and the legislature has debated it and passed it, or at least asked for input, I don't think this body is qualified to go in preemptively to a legislative committee and endorse something for the whole Senate to consider.
So can I make a comment too? I think the intent maybe is not to weigh in on a particular bill. It's maybe to, what Mr. Hall was saying, is to look at having all the tools in the box. We can't consider anything until that law is amended. However that is worked out, that would be up to the legislature to figure out. I found a resolution I think will be kind of interesting, and it's one that you're familiar with, Chair Cahoon, that was passed by the town of Nags Head unanimously in 2016, that you made the motion to adopt a resolution and allowing terminal groins and jetties in North Carolina as presented. So I think maybe a motion could be amended to take a position that we would want our coastlines to be considered to be protected with terminal groins and jetties, and for this commission to pursue rulemaking if provided the opportunity to do so.
I would also point out that town of Nags Head is a political body, and we do make political statements. This body is appointed body, not a political body elected. So there's a distinction between two bodies. I think Commissioner Shuttleworth can attest to that, being a former elected official as well. You do make political statements as a political body. This is a policy-making, rule-making body.
Okay, but I just
Madam Chair.
stated.
Yes.
The motion on the floor is that the way I understand it, is that we support Senator Benson's bill. And I'd like to call a question.
Okay. All in favor
Wait,
of?
I have a further question because I would be reluctant to support that motion, but I wouldn't want to send the message that I don't support the language in the bill. I don't know what the bill says. And so I can't vote to support a bill when I don't have it in front of me. And I don't know that that's our position. So I'm not it's a pickle because I don't want to come down either way on whether I support or don't support terminal groins. What I want to do is interpret the law that's passed or that's in its current state, or if it's modified, then we can come up with whatever rulemaking we think as a body should be there. But without knowing the exact, it's a bill that's under discussion in the state legislators. It may change.
If the legislature passes a bill, they will give us direction on what to do. But until we get that direction.
Well, would you amend your
I call for a question.
Amenable to amendment.
I'm sorry, there has been a motion to call the question. Is there a second? All in favor of calling the question?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed to
All in-
calling the
what did you
question?
say? All in favor of the question? Okay, wait a minute.
All opposed to calling the question? I see Jordan raised his hand.
Opposed to calling the question is 1, 2.
Two. Okay. So now
I'm
call,
sorry, can I get the vote again for in
it
favor
would
of,
be 11-2
was,
to call the
Call
question.
for the question.
okay. I
Call
just
the
want to make
question.
sure that
11-2.
everybody,
That mean-
no
that means
one's
we're gonna
saying
vote on his
11,
motion.
11-2.
Okay.
I'm ready to
Okay.
vote on his motion. I'm going to abstain.
All in favor of the motion as presented?
All in favor of the
All in
motion?
favor of Commissioner Hollowell's motion? 3. All opposed to the motion? Angela, call the roll.
Commissioner Hennessy,
Aye.
Commissioner King,
Abstain.
abstain. Commissioner Shuttleworth,
Abstain.
Commissioner Yates,
Aye.
Commissioner McAdams.
Nay.
Commissioner Baldwin,
Aye.
Commissioner Andrew,
Nay.
Chair Cahoon,
Nay.
Commissioner Salter,
Nay.
Commissioner Skinner,
Nay.
Commissioner Bryan,
Nay.
Commissioner Herring,
Abstain.
and Commissioner Hollowell.
Yes.
I've got 7 opposed, 4 are for the motion, and 2 abstentions.
3 abstentions.
3 abstentions.
Oh, 3 abstentions, excuse me.
New math.
Correctional, Commissioner Yates voted for the motion, did you
For the
not?
motion, yes.
So there'd be 3 in favor.
Hennessy, Commissioner Yates, and Commissioner Baldwin, and Commissioner Hollowell.
So that'd be 4. Okay, 4. That'd be 4 abstentions, I believe.
I have King and Shuttleworth abstaining. Who else?
And Herring. Okay,
Chair,
just a minute. We're still in the process of making sure the votes are recorded correctly.
I've got 4 in favor, 6 opposed, 3 abstentions. 13.
13.
Yes,
The motion is failed.
failed.
I'd like to make a motion that we support the effort of allowing to protect our shorelines with terminal groins and jetties, and at the appropriate time when given the authority to do rulemaking.
Define perfect time, please.
Once the legislature provides the authorization.
Which is what I think we've all been asking for to get clarification. It's essentially the same motion.
No, his motion was to endorse a bill. I'm not endorsing a bill. I'm taking a position of policy.
Would you restate your motion?
I'm asking for the Coastal Resources Commission to support the position of allowing to protect our coastal shoreline, oceanfront, with hardened structures, with certain triggers at the time of being able to do rulemaking. So,
That's your motion.
yeah.
Is there a second?
Can I ask for some clarity on the motion, Commissioner Hennessy? So I have your motion as, and I'm just trying to understand.
Yep.
So I have your motion as more of a policy motion to support protecting the coastal shoreline with hardened structures with terminal jetties and groins at the appropriate time for rulemaking.
He did not use the word terminal. He did not use the word terminal.
He did not, okay. And that's why I'm asking clarity. And then the second time you stated it, you said something about, and I can't remember your exact wording. That's why I'm asking for some
I
clarity
think that-
about something about triggers. And I wanted to see if you
I
could,
think that was enough, what you had there to start the rulemaking process, which would include triggers, but that wouldn't be part of the motion. So,
oh, triggers is not part of the motion.
Correct.
Okay. I just want to make sure I have your motion correct.
correct.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second motion.
Motion's been made. Question.
Call the question.
Madam Chair, I have a question about what that means. I don't understand what we're being asked to vote on. I mean, we've allowed a lot of permanent structures already, as evidenced by the report we just got. So it's not like don't have any hardened structures on our beach. We already have a series of them already. So I think the CRC has shown that we have been willing to in certain situations. So I don't know what the difference is between what your motion is and what
I'm
we've already
reiterating
been
what
doing
you just
today.
said. We have allowed certain structures, and if we're perhaps putting a position out there that we will look at doing more.
We already have the ability to do more. We
Again,
have, ability to
I call
Yes.
a question.
Is there a second to calling the question? I'm sorry. Right, Mr. Hollowell did, yes. Any further discussion?
Can you read the motion back again?
I can read it as I have it. And
Okay.
just to make sure, and again, so I have Commissioner Hennessy's motion is to support protecting the coastal shoreline with hardened structures with groins and jetties at an appropriate time for rulemaking. Is that appropriately reflect your motion?
Right.
Did you withdraw this trigger question?
Correct.
Okay, you withdrew that, okay. Dior?
I'm a little confused. You know, the last 2 years, it seems like we've had a lot of problems and issues with our commission and the Rules Review Commission.
It's not a rule.
And the argument that the Rules Review Commission has been making is that we set policy. And any little word in any of our rules that has anything to do with policy,
This is not a rule.
we've been arguing with the Rules Review Commission for 2 years and trying to eliminate all reference to policymaking. And is this something that, what are we doing? I just don't understand what
The
we're
question's
trying
been
to do.
called.
All in favor of calling the question? Okay, fine. Question's been called. Motion is on the floor by Commissioner Hennessy, seconded by Commissioner Hollowell. All in favor of the motion?
1, 2, 3, 4. Is that correct? Four ayes?
That's what I see.
Yes.
All opposed?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8.
Was there any extensions?
One
Mr. Schiller?
abstention.
Thank you. Just want to make sure the record's correct. Okay,
Madam
motion is
Chairman.
defeated.
So I'm the one that made the motion that started all this discussion one way or another. Please understand, I'm not making any excuses. My intent is, the way it is now, we cannot even consider any kind of new or innovative or creative ideas that come along because that relate or have the word hardened structure because they are prohibited. And that was all I was after, was to get it to the point where we do our job and deal with those technologies that are out there. Be love to talk with young lady at some point in time, and maybe we can expedite that. So that was the intent of it. Please understand, is to help us move in the right direction.
Thank you.
Just an explanation, that's all.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
So I have a question for the commission. Is anybody on the commission interested in having someone from the collaboratory come and talk to us about what they do?
Can you explain to us again what the collaboratory is and who's involved in that? Just
It was a body created by the legislature,
Okay.
funded by the legislature,
Okay.
that investigates projects that are assigned to them, as best I can figure out. Am I correct or not correct?
Sure. They also investigate policy and scientific questions for the General Assembly. They draw primarily on the UNC system for expertise, I believe.
Well, anytime I can get more information to help me make a decision, I'm all for it.
Warren?
My understanding is it's similar to our science panel.
They are.
It's their
They're similar.
science panel at the legislature, basically, right?
Somewhat, maybe not quite exact, but somewhat. But is that agreeable?
I would appreciate that.
It's a way for us to get more information. Our science panel's done a great job and given us a lot of good information as well.
Madam Chair, just for clarification, we have granted variances for hardened structures. So there is a process if someone wants to make an application, is that right?
No. We don't have to grant a variance for one right now. The legislature has allowed a certain number of hardened structures to be allowed by law.
Definitive number.
That's a definitive number at this point in time. And the Ocean Isle Beach went through a process to get a growing permitted. They didn't have to have a variance. They went through a permitting process. They went through a long process that went through lawsuits and everything else, and they got it permitted. Yes.
Permanent erosion control.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, you got some great information from Dr. Moore and Christy and Daniel this morning. Just wanted to point out one more thing that's already in statute and rule. So in CAMA, section 115.1, you all have the authority to permit permanent erosion control structures that are approved pursuant to an exception set out in rule prior to July 1st, 2003. So any exceptions that this commission had in your rules prior to the effective date of the legislative ban is allowable. And I'll just go quickly into what those categories of exceptions are so you know what can be permitted today without any change to existing rules or to statute. Number one is structures to protect a bridge that provides access to a barrier island, structures to protect state or federally registered historic sites, structures to protect navigation channels. So if it's a channel of regional significance or national significance, that can be protected today by permit under the existing framework that we have. So there are additional exceptions in your rules besides just the terminal groins already.
Thank you, Tancred.
Excuse me, Tinker, did you say that includes navigation channels?
Yes.
Right.
That's correct.
Navigation channels, historical sites, bridges. That's the three, I think, yes. So that's what, okay. Any other questions today about hardened structures?
Yes, but none.
Thank you all very much. Healthy discussion. Dr. Moore, thank you once again, as well as to your science panel. Please.
I just wanted to speak to the question of new technologies and surprise new ideas that might address the challenges that the coastline is facing, and say that the science panel has reviewed all technologies that are available. And there's not anything new and flashy on the horizon. This is a well-known, challenging problem that's been dealt with, addressed in different ways with differing degrees of success and adverse impacts along coastlines throughout the world for a long time. So there's just not a magic silver bullet. And I guess I just would like to toss that out there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And don't be surprised if we ask for more work and study at some point in time as well. Thank you. Larry?
This has been good information, and I think, as this discussion, this is the end of the hardened structure section, I take it?
For today.
Okay. For today. one of the things that I don't think anybody that I've talked with on this commission, off this commission, nobody's for hardening the oceanfront shoreline. I haven't heard anybody speaking in favor of that beyond the exceptions we have. The second thing is a lot of our erosional problems are at the inlets. And I think we need to, as we move forward on this, we need to look at inlets, in particular, the type structures that have been used there versus hotspot shoreline erosion areas, which I think, going to have to be other techniques used. Short jetties. Personally, I like offshore barrier reefs. And I would love to hear, for this commission to hear from a group. There is a international and national group that works with offshore barrier reefs. It's a nonprofit, but I'd love to hear from an engineering perspective how they work, the type conditions that they may or may not work in, and to where we've got possible new tools in the future to be able to combat, especially these hotspot areas where there's development. The inlets, I think we need to do separately. One of the things that's not mentioned on inlet erosion, which has been done successfully, and there were pictures there, is inlet relocation, which is that Sunset Beach, Ocean Isle area. Inlet relocation could solve that erosional problem there. It's already been done at Mason's Inlet, Bogue Inlet, and you can actually throw in our two ports at Beaufort and Wilmington. Those are basically inlet relocations, or you put a management box in and you stabilize the inlet, and then every so many years you relocate the inlet for those type of areas. But these are different, big differences as far as our erosional problems where we have them. And I think for the future, we need to be looking at other alternatives that are out there that are possible. Now, I'd love to hear from these nonprofit groups that are supporting these offshore barrier reefs, which most of the situations where they've tried them, it's been a win-win situation on this as far as habitat, environment, and also trying to protect the coastline. You change the shape of the coastline and the slope, and you can try to slow or at least manage erosional problems.
We will try to schedule. That wasn't a motion, but we will try, that one. We will try to schedule a presentation coming up. Once we make contact, and Commissioner Baldwin, if you'll get with Tancred and give him the name of a group.
Yeah, I'll be glad to do that.
Then we'll try to schedule a presentation. Okay? Thank you. Next, Greg?
Madam Chair,
Sorry.
I'd also like to know more about the structures that Larry's talking about, but I'd also like to have, our science, if we're gonna be looking at things like that, I'd like to make sure we get input from the science panel as well.
Whatever comes to us, the science panel will be asked to look at. But we'll have a presentation scheduled for Dr. Moore?
I was just gonna say, the science panel provided input.
You did. You gave us input on just about everything out there under the sun right now.
The reef technologies.
Right.
Directly.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Morning, Madam Chair and members of the commission. If you give me just a minute, we need to transfer over how we process and how we present.
Transferring over how I process too.
Oh, sorry. How are you? I'm scared of you, but since you think I almost need to leave. Yeah, you gotta take the comment down there, right?
I didn't think about it. That's the problem, is trying to get over something. I think it's.
Okay, yeah. All right. We're not on a break. Greg asked for time, but it got away. Greg, be careful what you ask for next time.
Yes, ma'am. I'll remember that. And I do realize that I am the impediment to lunch, so I will be as efficient as possible.
Hustle it up.
Okay. Would you like me to start regardless of whether the commissioners are here?
You better give him another minute.
This was requested by Commissioner Hennessy. Proceed.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
You requested this item on the agenda.
I think he has a presentation.
He's doing it right now.
Yes.
Yeah, so,
Proceed.
well, let's
Roll
go.
on.
So I'd like to give a little bit of background on the major permit process and what we refer to as Dynamics, which is the application portal for the new commissioners kind of before we start. So again, like I'd mentioned previously yesterday, the major permit process is an umbrella process, and that circulates applications to right now 14 different federal, state, and local agencies for review. On average, we do about 150 major permits a year with about another 150 major and minor modifications, renewals, and transfers per year. And of course, that number is fluid, kind of depending on demand. The process originally started, when CAMA and the Division of Coastal Management was created. So that paper process, or it evolved as a paper process for over 50 years. In 2018, we started what was referred to as the PTP through the Department of Environmental Quality. That's known as the Permitting Transformation Program. That PTP started in 2018. So our permit process, like I said, evolved through paper, and it's very easy in a paper-based system when you get something new to slide it in the file where it needs to go, so it's there for future reference. And we had to kind of take all of that evolution of 50 years of permitting through paper and kind of put it into an electronic format. In 2023, we transitioned major permits over to Dynamics, with the first permit being issued out of our system in April of 2023. Since April of 2023, we have approximately 650 permit actions. Those are major permits and modifications, and also something we refer to as parent files. And those are permits that were issued outside of our dynamic system, that were in the paper-based format, that we migrated into the system, so an applicant could modify a permit through our electronic system for those particular permits. GPs were transitioned in 2025, and this is due to the volume. As Jonathan said, we do about 2,000 to 2,500 a year. So there's a larger number of people that GPs influence through our 20 coastal CAMA counties. So we were very aware of that transition and tried to make that transition as smooth as possible because of the volume of GPs that we issue every year. Since February of 2025, we've issued about over 1,000 GPs. And since April of 2023, when Dynamics came on, we have about over 3,000 records currently in the system. During the rollout of that portal, we have been very receptive to stakeholder feedback. When we get comments that come in from either applicants or consultants or whoever may especially give me a call, we talk about what their problems are, talk about what their issues are, and see how we can best go ahead and make decisions on how to update and to move forward with any issues that might be occurring. Those could be things like bugs, those could be things like upgrades, different things like that. We try to look at those in a couple of different ways, like how much impact that change could be and how quickly that change can occur. So we try to kind of triage those in those two ways, about how we can get the most people available and how we can serve the most people, but also some of the low-hanging fruit. So things that we are looking at right now, kind of one of the biggest ones that we've had discussions with a few folks that I'll kind of bring up now as we kind of move forward, is this idea, and it's going to be the first thing I talk about here, is this idea of an agent who's been identified by the applicant to be able to fill out the application. So in the beginning, I'll kind of show you how you register into the system. And just like if you're buying anything from Amazon or you're getting on your Netflix account, you have to have an account. You have to have something that's associated with your email address. And in this case, we want to make sure that the applicant has total and overall control of the application. So they'll be able to look at the application, see if they've designed or identified an agent or authorized an agent, that they can go ahead and see what that agent is doing in their names. So one of the things, like I said, we talked about is that agent being able to kind of control the whole system. And we're kind of looking at how we can have an agent apply fully with an application without the applicant themselves, the property owner, registering in it, but still keeping that person up to date so they know what's going on, and that give them the opportunity to register as well. So if they do ultimately register, all of that information is available for them. We've had a couple of instances where an agent has kind of done those things within the system, and then the applicant has decided to change agents. So if they're not registered within the system, they don't have any authority because they're not registered in the system. The computer doesn't know who they are. So they have to call us to make sure to go ahead and change the application to change agents or do whatever the things that they are requesting to do. Dynamics, what's referred to as Dynamics, which is the portal, which is our dashboard that we use, has IT support, and that IT support is located within the department itself. The Division of Coastal Management doesn't have any specific IT staff that works on our dynamic system. We share our IT staff with the Division of Marine Fisheries in the Morehead City office. So any bugs, any upgrades, things like that, we work directly with the IT staff at DEQ. I will say that they have been very, very supportive over the years. They've been wonderful to work with. Any small problem that I have, big problem that I have, questions that I have, they are as attentive as they possibly can be. I do appreciate their service in this. I have weekly meetings with them as we talk over bugs. I send them, if a bug comes up, we talk about it. A lot of times they can fix that during that particular day. So they've been very, very supportive as well. One of the other things we're looking at is to make the information more readily available to the public. And we have a current Laserfish system, which is our documentation system that we have for permits that were issued previously outside of Dynamics. And we are working with the department to get those files on the Laserfish service so that it's just more and readily available to the general public. Besides the application portal, which we'll be talking about here in a little bit, we also have a couple of other things that are associated with it. On the DCM side, we have our dashboard portal that we use to process the application. And as you can see here, this is the Coastal Management Public Portal home, and you can contact a field representative. So if you have a property, you can enter in your name and address, and you can go ahead and find out who your local field rep is, and it gives you contact information for that individual. You also have a CAMA complaint. So if you have a complaint or something that you want to let us know about, you can go ahead and do that through the system, besides just normal phone calls or questions along those lines. You also, like I said, you can apply for applications. You can apply for an application in here to major permits and general permits. And though it's not showing up here, if you were a resource agency that comments on our permits, they have a portal as well. So you can see there's multiple. This is a multi-use portal. It's not only for us at DCM, it's also for the applicant, it's for the general public, and it's also for our resource agencies as well. But with that, I will kind of move through. The first part of it here is in how to register in the application or in the portal. So when you get onto the portal, first thing you can see here is you've got a couple of different divisions. We're in coastal management. We have a couple of knowledge base articles in here as well that shows you how to register, how to move through the system, any questions, kind of a fact-based FAQ kind of design. There's also a permit application checklist here. So if you clicked on that, it kind of tell you how to upload information, kind of move through the system, just give you a little bit of extra information on how to, say if you're uploading a file, how to name the file, different things like that. If you were going in the first time, you've never registered before, you can see this sign in register portal right here. So if you click on that, there's a couple of different ways that you can go ahead and register. You can register using an external account. So there's a lot of things like Facebook or Google that manages your passwords. You can use those to sign in and register, or you can do it the old-fashioned way. You can just put in your email address, you can put in a password, confirm the password, and if you click register, that will send you an email to the email that you identified, and it'll just, like in Amazon or any of those other things, you confirm your email, and then you're in the system ready to go. I'll move on to the next one, where if you can kind of see up here, I've been registered in. So I got in, you can look at your profile. You can look at any permit applications that you might have already been submitted or that you've been working on. There's some other things for some other agencies in here as well. You can go onto your account, find out specific things about your account, change parts about your account. You can also look at invoices. So if you've applied for a permit and the division has created an invoice for you, those invoices are available there. When an invoice is created by the division, you also get an email. So there's multiple ways that you can see your invoices. So we'll kind of go through. Next part here is we're going to look at, now that you've registered, we're going to look at applying for an application and identifying an agent to fill out the application. So like I said before, you want to make sure that this kind of runs as your agent authorization form. So in the past, when we've had paper design or the paper format, there was a form that you filled out and that became part of the application. In this case, because we don't have those, what we're doing is utilizing this particular part of it as that agent authorization form. So in your primary app, you would identify who that registered agent is. If I click on this little spyglass right here, you can see that there are no information. There's no records in here. This is set up to when you identify your agent, and if you click new, you could see that it would just be For some reason, that's not popping up. That's odd. But if you clicked on new, what it would end up having is name, address, phone number of your agent. If you ended up selecting that individual, the next time you come into the portal would then have those registered agents available to you. So you kind of have a database of any particular agents that you've used in the past. So it's much easier once you put that agent in for the first time to be able to select them again over and over for your particular application. If you click no, you can see that information goes away, but say we did that and we registered an agent, and then it's, would that you like that agent to fill out the application? If you click yes, and then you come down here and save and continue, what you'll get is, I missed some things, I didn't put some things in here. It's a good point that if you miss some things that are required or mandatory, it'll let you know what those are. You can click on those and it'll take you down to the specific location where you missed some information. But if you did put in that information, it would basically give you a page that says, thank you for registering your agent. We will send an email to that agent letting them know that that application is available for review. The agent would get that email. There would be a link associated with it. They click on the link and then it would take them to the next page, which I'll kind of show you here. If let's say we have our registered agent identified, we've got the primary applicant identified here. And if there's any additional applicants, so say this is a multi-property, you've got two different individuals that own both properties, so you want to build a bulkhead on both sides, you could identify that additional applicant here, still the same things, name, address, phone number, contact information for Microsoft Dynamics. The interesting thing about that is it's a little more rigid than if you wanted to go ahead and have your own code written out. We decided to go with the wizard to create our application and create this portal because when Dynamics upgrades and does bug fixes, if you created code that was inconsistent with whatever that upgrade is, the whole system crashed or could potentially crash. Obviously, we do not want that to happen, so we use the wizard. So as it moves forward, any upgrades are automatically compatible with our application. In the beginning, when we first developed this, Dynamics was not in the system that you can see here now, and you had to actually go through every development activity and say yes or no. It was just an artifact of how the design of the software was. I complained about it quite a bit to IT. IT agreed with me, but it was a Microsoft thing. They kept moving it up to Microsoft and telling them this is a problem that we're having over and over and over again. And then Microsoft listened, and then they changed the way that you can present that information and move through this application. So then we were able to go to this chart. And basically, like I said, you have all the questions, you have all the descriptions up above of what each one of those development activities are. And then you have this list. And you can just go through each one of these. And if you are doing that particular development activity, you would click yes. If you're not, you're leaving it alone. So in this case, you can see everything from aquaculture to boat ramps to shoreline stabilization to temporary structures, utilities, anything under the sun, you can see that would meet into one of these particular development activities. So what I said, what we're going to do is we are going to do docks and piers, and we are going to do shoreline stabilization. So we'll click on those two, and we will click save and continue. So now it's only going to give me that information for those two development activities. So first off, we're going to go at non-ocean front shoreline stabilization. So this is, like I said, shoreline stabilization for the property that we're looking at. So it says yes. If you said no, all this information would go away and you could move on. If you made a mistake and realized after you kind of read some things, this is exactly what I wanted to do, you can also go back, create other things as well. So we've got some very general questions in here. Of course, one of the things we want to know, and per our rules, is has there been any erosion in the preceding 12 months? We click yes, you can see those particular things. When they were no, I can't enter anything. Yes, now allows me to enter that information, and we'll say that there was 1 foot of erosion in the past 12 months. That source of erosion, let's say there was a failing bulkhead and water eroded behind the bulkhead. So we've got that information, just very general things. And now we go down to what type of shoreline stabilization that you're going to be doing, because obviously we have revetments, we have bulkheads, lots of different designs and options available. So we're going to go ahead and click on that add shoreline stabilization. And it pops up a small window here, and we can go ahead and start entering in that information. So we go ahead and, like I said before, we were talking about a bulkhead, but you can see there's riprap, there's breakwater, groin, jetty, and then if none of those work for the particular thing you're doing, there's always the other category. But we'll say a bulkhead. Now this other stabilization description, grayed out because we picked bulkhead. Type of material that we're going to use for that particular thing, of course, pretty much bulkheads are vinyl, so we're going to identify that. Again, we didn't use other, so that grayed out. So then we're going to go ahead and dimension lengths. We'll say that because I think it's before we had 250 feet of shoreline. So we've got that. We are going to go a foot out from our existing failing bulkhead. So we're going to have what the width of the bulkhead is. Average distance waterward. So this is from normal high water or normal water level. In the case I said, we're going to go a foot out, step a foot out from normal high water. In this case, normal high water is one up against the bulkhead. So we're going to go out distance of 1, max distance of 1 because we're just going a foot out from the failing bulkhead. Square feet to be filled, square feet to be put below normal high water. Since normal high water is at the bulkhead and we're stepping a foot out, that number is 250. Type of fill material is just going to be earth. You can see obviously there's a couple other things, sand, rock, select all. Source of fill material, we're going to say is an upland source, which it usually is. And how is it going to be kept on site? And you can see I've done this before a few times. Silt fence is behind the new bulkhead. Will wetlands be crossed in the transportation equipment to the project site? We're going to say no here because if you mentioned before, I said we're going to build this bulkhead from the uplands. If for some reason we are building this bulkhead from the water, you go ahead and add in some information on how you're going to avoid and minimize any impacts to the project site by working from the water. And then we said, will fill material be placed in any of these areas? So you've got some particular areas of interest. You've got coastal wetlands, SAV, shell bottom, other non-coastal wetlands, or just open water. In this case, what I mentioned before, that there was some wetlands in front of our old bulkhead, so we're going to say yes. And we said before that we were stepping 1 foot out, and just so happens to be wetlands all across the property, so we're going to propose to fill 250 square feet. And what is the purpose of the fill in these areas? We can just say backfill. Everything else is a no because it was just coastal wetlands in that area. And of course, if it was a yes, we could fill out that same information pretty much the same over and over again for those particular impacts. So we go ahead and submit that. If for some reason it was a big property, say we were in Washington County and we had we had a huge property, we could add more. Say we wanted to do some riprap in front of that bulkhead, or we wanted to riprap different parts of our shoreline, you can go ahead and add in any of those different types of information. You can see here that popped up with that shoreline stabilization we can do. We can go ahead and click over here. If we made a mistake, we can edit it, or if we just totally want to get rid of it, we can delete it as well. So we've got that bulkhead set up. Go ahead and save and continue. And now we're going to move over to docks and piers. Gives you a little information up above what docks and piers are. We've clicked yes before. So kind of like before, we had that general information and we went into the specific structures. We're going to go ahead and do that now here. So we're going to add some general information about the dock and pier. And we're going to say that it's private community. We're not doing any tie pilings. Number of slips existing on the site. This particular site has never had a docking facility on it before. If there was a docking facility on site that we were modifying, we may have existing slips available, but we're going to say no. And then we're going to say that we're going to add 3 slips. And so that total number between 0 and 3 ends up totally 3. If for some reason this particular part of the application, say we were doing a marina, and that number ended up identifying that this was a marina, 11 slips or more, then this would trigger marina specific questions. But in this case, we're not going to be asked those marina questions. So we're going to click submit because we got the number of slips available. And now we're going to talk about structure. So we go down to the next one and we're going to add structure. Once again, that specific window pops up and we're going to talk about a fixed pier. And that fixed pier, we're going to say is 85 feet long and it's 6 foot wide, and there's only one of these. So we're going to click submit. And then we're going to add something else because we want to do a fixed platform. So we're going to have, then we've got a question here that says, is this fixed platform covered? If so, enter the dimensions of the outer edge of the drip line. So we're going to say this is, and we're going to say that it's 20 by 20. And there's only one of these. And let's just say for fun that we're going to do a boat lift. This boat lift is 13 by 13. Now, if all of those are 13 by 13, we'll just go ahead and add 3. Say they weren't, something before, 12 by 12, 10 by 10. Once again, you just have that quantity number there. So we've got the design and build of our docking facility in here now. If there's any freestanding moorings associated with it, you know, mooring balls, mooring pilings, different things like that. If there's no, obviously we're not going to add anything into that. We've said no. If yes, we would enter information. So we're going to save and continue. And now we're going to get into that general stuff. Because we talked about a dock and pier, we've got some general questions that we've got a structure out in the open water. We've got some specific questions that we have asked in the past and to gather information for that docking facility. So boat type, check all that apply. We're going to say that we've got an open runabout boat and a personal watercraft. Typical boat length we'll say is 25 feet. We didn't click the other, so we don't have to worry about any information in there. And then we're talking about riparian lines and the distance they are from their neighbors. So in this particular case, we're asking for what is the proximity of the structure that you're building to the nearest property line. For number 1, we'll say it's 30 feet, and the next one we'll say is 5 feet. So obviously, when we get to the point where we start uploading information into the documentation into the application, we're going to have that riparian waiver. If just in case for some strange reason there might be additional riparian property owners, we've got a couple available as well. Because we're worried about quarter width and different things like that per your rules, we want to know what the width of the water body that they're proposing to pier out to. So let's just use the 750 feet one. And then to get information available for the water depths of those proposed boat lifts, we're going to ask some questions about what is the water depth at the end of the structure. So we'll say it's -5. What is it at the landward-most end of any boat slips? We'll say 3. And then what is the water depth at the waterward edge of both lips in normal water level, normal low water? So we've got that. Again, we're asking if there's any navigational aids, just in case you missed it. So we'll go ahead and save and continue. So that's the general information about that dock and pier. Yeah, Marina, this always pops up. It's a bug that's in the system, but yes, you can see there is no information available to it. This is not a big deal for this, so we haven't worried about that to replace this, but that does pop up. Like I said, if there were questions available here, if you ended up doing 11 or more. So we'll just say save and continue. And then we got the project narrative. If you would like, and you had a very simple project narrative, you can cut and paste whatever you wanted to in here. A lot of times they're fairly large, so we'll just say C narrative. If I can spell. We'll just say C narrative that's in the submitted documents. And we'll save and continue. And now we're getting into the upload documents. So all of those different information that we didn't collect in there, like work plans, ARPO notifications, different things like that, this is where we upload them. You can be as organized as you want to be. You can add files and create new folders, or you can just put in everything that you possibly need to. And there's a listing here of some of those things that would be required. We talk about work plans. We give them some information on what those work plans should look like. Of course, the deed. We also have links here to riparian property notifications. So on our website at DCM, we have ARPO notifications. You can click that link there, and you're able to download those pre-designed and created ARPOs. We also have the DWR buffer form. So within the Tarpam or Neuse River, DWR has a buffer. Your 30-foot buffer goes away, their DWR buffer comes into effect, DWR requires that to make a buffer authorization for major permits. That's available here that you can fill out. If you don't fill that out, typically DWR asks for that later. So we have it available here to kind of speed up the process and make sure everything moves as quickly as possible once we click submit. Any AEC hazard notices here, any delineations, different things like that. So you can upload anything into these. If you click the new file, you can see here where you can just choose a file off your computer and upload any of that information there. Down here, we have a download application. So if you click this download application, what it's going to tell you is that thank you for doing that. You can utilize this application for your ARPO notification. So, as you're submitting this document and you need that application, much like you filled it out and then send it to the ARPOs with the work plans, you can do that here. Tells you where it's going to show up in this add documents folder. It's going to show you what the name of it is. And then all you got to do is go ahead and click on it and it'll tell you to download it. So when that happens, it would pop up here. I'm not going to wait for it in the interest of time, but then you can download that. You can use that in your ARPO notifications. So we're going to move forward. And now we've got this development summary activity. So you're just kind of here, it's just really kind of saying, hey, this is what you proposed previously. If there was something that you missed, you can go back, you can get to those. And then we get to our acknowledgements. So these acknowledgements, it says here, please confirm with a yes statement to submit. So as you can see down here, I cannot submit until I certify these particular statements. So the first one is talking about that I'm only applying for the development that's described in the application. We click yes. So then it says that I give authorization for the review agencies in the state to go on site to do any evaluations. Click yes. I further certify that the application is truthful to the best of my knowledge. And then I certify by clicking the submit button that Division of Coastal Management acknowledges that I am signing and dating the application. So instead of going through some kind of system like DocuSign and different things like that, we talked with Christy and our legal to try to find a way to make it quicker to be able to go ahead and say that you signed and dated the application rather than having to go to an external site and do all these other additional things. We identified this as a acceptable way to notify that they have signed and dated it. If you look at the application that we downloaded previously, they use for ARPO, these would not be here. When you submit it and a new application report is what we call it, is created, these acknowledgements are there. So that's just a little bit difference between the two. But then you can see that you can submit. So now that application or that button is now available. So I'll click submit. And then it says, you've successfully submitted. A field rep will be in contact after the application has been reviewed. You can use your portal to monitor the status of the permit application anytime. Like I said, if you go up here and you go to My Permit Applications, and this is our, by the way, this is not our production website. This is our test website. This is where we do whatever we want to look at things, and we don't crash the system if we do something bad. If it crashes here, we're not crashing the whole system. But you can see here that PA 1300, which we are doing with the CRC test, sorry about the Q, that you can see that it's been submitted. So if I click on that and I look at the application, you can see that it's in a read-only format. If there's something that I did wrong after talking with the division, and they say, hey, can you make these changes or can you do these things? We can open the application back up to them. If they click that, it would look at it like it was before. So that is a quick tutorial on how you register and apply for an application. Obviously, the more development activities you do, the more questions you have. Those questions are pointed to that particular development activity. But that's kind of a pretty common or typical application that you might see for a 3-slip docking facility in a bulkhead. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Greg. Anybody that's got questions, please contact Greg privately. You did a great job, Greg. Thank you very much.
I sped through it as quickly as possible for time, but yeah, you can see how the application is complex.
It is. It's a lot.
Yeah,
It's a lot.
there's a lot there, but it's those questions that we've asked in the past. And
It is a lot.
Yeah.
Since Commissioner Hennessy asked for this to be on the agenda, it is, and I know he has a question for you, so he can contact you.
Okay.
Thank you. We'll adjourn for lunch. We'll be back at 1 o'clock. Greg, you did a good job in a short amount of time.
Thank you, ma'am.
That's like 90 minutes more than I usually do. Did you sign the front of the check?
Thank you. This meeting will now come back to order. First item of business will be Commissioners Hollowell and Yates have informed me that they were leaving. I'd like to entertain a motion to excuse them from the rest of the meeting.
I'll make that motion.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor? All opposed? Thank you. Before we get started into our agenda, we've had an employee that retired and angry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are pleased to be able to present Kent Vaughn, who was a field rep out of the Washington office, just recently retired, and I'll ask Kelly Spivey. You're fine, Kent.
Oh, God. He's out of here.
Yeah. Doing the work of Hyde County.
He is working for Hyde County. He took the place of one of our CAC members that worked for Hyde County, and Daniel Bryn. So Hyde County is lucky to have a good person to take that place.
He's not ready.
Okay. All right, not ready? Okay. Let's moving on with the agenda. First up, Jonathan, floor is yours. Standards for work plats, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission. I hope everybody enjoyed their lunch. We're going to start off this afternoon with a presentation on permit applications and permit processing. If you recall, these are part of the rules that were removed by the RRC, and they were rewritten as new rules under 1400 and 1500. So we're going to present those today, not exactly for adoption, but just to get the conversation started. Put a lot of work into these, trying to satisfy RRC's comments. So I'll get started. So we'll start off with an easy one. This is 7J0206. This is a public notice of proposed development. When you have a major permit application, as I mentioned yesterday, public notice is required. There's a lot of words in here that RRC objected to, such as reasonable, significant. So we've taken this rule and we pared it down significantly. And what we've done is just reference back to the statute. So now it just reads in accordance with the statute. So that's 113A, 119B, DCM shall issue a public notice. So old 7J0203 has now become new 7J1401 and 1402. Some of the RRC's objections to this rule were lack of statutory authority, and they thought the rule was unclear and ambiguous. There were also improper citations in the rule. They did have substantial objections and had some issues with the wording and tense. So we have turned that rule into 1401, which is your standards for your work plats associated with major permits. The slide, and I'm not going to read all of these because there's a few of them, obviously, but this one just talks about what the scale is of the drawing, that a drawing is required, a plan view and a cross section, and that there needs to be a scale. It has to be 200 or less, 200 feet or less to 1 inch to make it legible. The RRC did, so part of the last, when we presented these a couple years ago, that's 1401, they did make it all the way to the RRC, and we did have comments. They didn't make it any further because at that time, one of the requirements was that we had to send this out to our interested parties list, and we failed to do that at that time. So, so we pulled that, but they did provide some comments on the rule itself, such as changing the word show to label, and then removing shall be labeled from this rule. And this is just further goes on to talk about all the things that are required on the drawing. Also, one of the things RRC requested, and that's not shown right here, is that they want this in a list form. Right now it's in a paragraph form, but when we do bring this back in October, it will be more in the list as requested. More of 1401. At the end, you'll see we deleted where it says work plat shall indicate the presence of wetlands in areas of proposed work. Their question was this different wetlands than was requested previously to be placed on the work plat? And the answer to that was no, it was not. So that was removed from 1401. Next, it says that a cross section is required. This just talks about some of the requirements that need to be on the cross section, such as high water line, mean low water, mean high water, if you're going to go through a professional surveyor or engineer, and first floor elevations if it's for a house or such. Next is more of 1401, talks more about the details of the work plats and just says that they shall be numbered and shall have a title block that identify the work and need to be dated. And also need to indicate actually who drew that work plat. So again, this is more of 7J0203 that's now 1401. This is very specific in, from the RRC in their comments. More parenthetical, changing the IE to a note was one of their requests. You can see the highlighted, this is one of the citations that they had referenced. We had left out a parentheses at the end, so we've corrected that. And again, this is not in APA format. When this comes back in July, it'll be specifically in APA format underlined. This is really just to get the conversation started, get it back in front of the commission. Next is 7J0204. We've turned 7J0204 into 1403, 1404, and 1405. The reason for the RRC objection on this rule was they thought the rule was unclear and ambiguous, and there are some issues with definition or statutory authority and how the rule itself was worded. So this deals with what constitutes a complete application. So we've moved 1403 to say that processing of major permits and dredge and fill applications or modifications to those applications shall begin when it's accepted as complete by the division, and they shall be in the form and content, be in the form and include the content required under this subchapter, which speaks to the statutory authority. Not much here from the RRC, just this to the, or the to this correction. Again, you can notice in one, as we get down through A, B, C, D, E, and F, this, because it was not as long and wouldn't have turned this presentation into a 60-slide presentation, this is in the type of format that they requested. And this just lists all of the things that need to be required on a CAMA major and dredge and fill permit application. More information as to what constitutes a complete application. No requests for changes here from the RRC when it was submitted. Complete CAMA major permit and dredge and fill application. Interestingly, if you notice, this is a lot of stuff that Greg hit on when he was going over his dynamics presentation. These are the questions that were asked at the very end that they had to attest to, saying that everything in the application is accurate. They grant permission for staff to enter the property to verify what's provided in the application, and that they sign it as part as they're under 4. And this is more on the complete CAMA major permit and dredge and fill application. Just references back to 1401, which was the requirements for a drawing, and then speaks to the need for a deed. And then finally, some additional from the RRC that you can see the corrections at the end. They wanted to know what, and when we say in reaching a final decision on the application, what was going to be considered by the department, and we changed that wording to in determining if the aspect of the proposed development is inconsistent with rules. And then 5 details to fee. And again, a statutory authority issue at the end. It was just, we left off a parentheses off of 1, and we've added that. And the effective January 1, 2025, obviously these rules are not effective as of January 1, 2025. This is just what was presented to the RRC at the time, but it did not go any further. So moving to minor permit applications, this is 7J0204, and one of the things that we did was to try to help clarify and make the process simpler for applicants. We separated originally in your rules what constituted a minor permit application and major permit application were together in the same rule. We've actually separated those now, which is why we've created it at 1404. And this just, again, talks about when processing of an application should begin, which just says, again, after the application is accepted as complete, and what's required in the form includes the contents of necessary statute. Not much here on complete minor permit applications, similar to what I detailed just a few minutes ago for majors. Just goes on and on to say what's required, such as a deed. And on this slide, phone number. So again, these are all the things, all the questions that we would ask as part of that application. But this is something that the RRC wanted to see in list form. So we've tried to comply with that by making the rule read this way. Sorry, went through one. And again, just more requirements of what is required to accept a minor permit application as complete. And even more for what is required to accept a permit application as complete. This talks about the drawings, again, a top view or plan view, a cross section, and just lists all the features that need to be included on the application, such as if there's a dune system, bulkheads, areas to be excavated, and boundaries of the property. And also, similar to your major permits, cross section is required to have a complete minor permit application. This is one correction that the RRC required. Again, they asked, what is a simple title block? So we just removed the word simple, just said a title block is required. This goes on more to speak what is required in a minor permit application. This talks about built upon area that you have to show and just additional things that need to be on the drawing, dune system, shoreline creeks, docks, etc. In this slide, this is another correction that was required by the RRC. And again, it goes back to the language originally said to what we would consider in reaching a final decision on the application. They want to know exactly what that is. So we changed that language to in determining if any aspect of the proposed development is consistent with CRC rules is what we were actually trying to determine by the information. And not highlighted at the bottom. I apologize for that. I just noticed. But again, we left out of parentheses as part of the statutory requirement. So that was added. So the 207, this is going to be your new 1501 and 1502. The objection from the RRC on this were that it was unclear and ambiguous, and there was with definitions, our authority, and our wording. And this deals with actual processing. Yeah, I can.
Just one more.
So this has more to do with application processing. Another, again, rule that we broke out from 0207 into a couple of different rules. And it just says that to process an application, that the information has to be in the form and include the content required in the previous rule in 1403. And if we have any additional information that we feel is necessary to complete the investigation of the proposed project, then we can ask for some additional information from that applicant. So at that, if it's accepted as complete and it's the first go around, then the application hasn't started. After the application has been accepted as complete, if there is additional information required, then it would actually come from another agency more than likely versus us, because again, we've already made the review. So in that situation, the application could be put on hold. And this is more to application processing, getting at what Commissioner Baldwin has just mentioned. If we determine it to be complete or it contains inaccurate information after the process has begun, then we need to notify the applicant of the deficiencies or inaccuracies and request that information, and that the time shall not run during that time. And then this goes on to the division's role in application processing. It talks about in order for us to determine the environmental impact of the project, then we need to prepare a field report if it's a major permit after accepted for processing, and we do our on-site investigation. And the report that we develop shall include the project location, environmental setting, descriptions, and probable environmental impacts. And that's what we send to the other agencies as part of the major permit process. And this was just a capitalization issue that RRC found to where we needed to capitalize the word division. And this, as part of the process in original 0207, one of the things that our RRC had asked us to list for any agency that we would include in the circulation process. And this talks about all the agencies that the application may be sent to. And again, same thing. And we separated these out. As you can see, this one, I believe, is for 229E, 113, 229E, which is dredge and fill in A. And then B is actually for the Coastal Area Management Act. So it cites 113A, 124A1, and just talks about circulation of applications and where those applications will be circulated. So this is the old 7J0208 that is now 1502 and 1503. RRC objects to 0208 in terms of that the rule was unclear or ambiguous and needed some updates to our authority, some changes to the wording and the definition. You can see at the bottom, we've updated the statutory authority here. Again, it was as much as a typo as anything, we didn't include the parentheses after the B. So you can see as highlighted, we made that correction at the bottom. And again, we'll bring all this back in October. When we do, it'll be under APA standard for review. Any questions?
Thank you, Jonathan. Does anybody have any questions about what Jonathan has presented? Jordan?
So on the, I think it's the last one, or so, yeah.
Which one?
This circulation. So in the dredge and fill law, it requires this to go out to circulated amongst agencies for comment, right? And did they object to this before?
They did not. And they didn't object this time. They just asked that we list out all the agencies that we could send it to. Because originally it just said that we would send it to the agencies that have expertise in the subject matter, that we have to make a decision to grant or deny a permit on that subject matter. So instead of it being, I guess, ambiguous as to the agencies, they wanted us to actually list the agencies here.
I view that pretty excessive of all those agencies, and particularly the ones that are chosen. I'm going to reserve comments for a little bit later. So
I think all that was asked was for us to specify which ones could be sent out.
That's correct.
Not will be sent out, but could be.
That's right. As I mentioned yesterday, we don't send it to all of these agencies every single time, but there are some agencies on here. For instance, we had a project that we needed to involve waste management. There's not somebody that we involve on a regular basis, but we actually sent it to that agency for review. And then it's actually based off of a public comment that we received on the project.
Thank you.
10. 10. Yeah.
Any other questions or comments?
I do. So are these rules in the books right now?
1501 and 1502 are not. None of these rules that we just went over are in the books now. This is a rewrite of the rules that the RRC objected to originally, 0203, 0204, 0207.
I thought there was a court order that put the 30 rules back into.
That's correct.
That's correct. And there's still litigation going on too.
So are these rules part of the litigation?
So 7J0207 is back on the books. So what is here, 1502, for example, is a proposed rewrite of a portion of 0207.
So there is rules on the books?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, so why are we just now all of a sudden, what prompted this?
The RRC.
Yeah, I mean, so based off of the RRC's original comments, I mean, we agreed with a lot of what they said in terms of we needed to update some of our language and be more informative. So we think this is a better rewrite actually of those rules. So we wanted to kind of get that process started now and get it in front of the commission.
So we waited 2 years to do that?
But no, we actually, we started, I mean, I don't want to get into everything that kind of went on in the lawsuit, but there was a lot that took place. So we were developing this while the lawsuit was in effect, but once the lawsuit, once the CRC prevailed in the lawsuit prior to the appeal and those rules went back, we paused this at that time. But again, this is just something that we thought the commission would like to see, and we can start on this process again because we think it is that a rewrite is necessary and would help the general public.
As you said, you paused it, and then now you're bringing it back up. I think I'll refer to our legal counsel to maybe give an update on the litigation.
Well, and that's why my microphone's green.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, Ellie Young is the litigation counsel on this project, and she's repeatedly offered to speak to you all at a meeting if you'd like in the future. Where it is right now, and that's part of, I think it's in my legal update, is it's been heard before the Court of Appeals. And so we're just waiting on the Court of Appeals to make their decision. There's no other steps in litigation right now. We're just waiting for the decision before the Court of Appeals. They heard oral arguments a few months ago. I don't remember if it was May or June. And so we're just waiting on the Court of Appeals for a decision. And then once we have the decision, it'll indicate how we need to proceed.
The court ruled and the RRC appealed.
Correct.
To a high
I
court
just
setting.
thought maybe we'd wait for the litigation to get settled.
Keep it moving on because staff agreed with some of the issues that they raised in some of the rules.
Okay.
So they're rewriting as per.
And I'm sorry.
comments.
And we just don't have a good sense of when the Court of Appeals necessarily will come out with the decision.
What's the typical?
Typically, my experience has been, again, it depends on the nature of the case, but it can be 3 months, it can be 6 months. A lot of my criminal appeals are usually 3 to 4 months.
So I think it was heard in March, so we're entering the 5th month. So next month will be 6 months. So, and typically they're released on the 1st and 3rd Wednesday of every month. So,
Correct.
so hopefully we'll probably be seeing it coming.
And if it comes, and depending on the will of the board, again, Ellie has offered to come in and talk about what that decision would mean since she's been the lead counsel on that case.
Once it comes out, depending on how they rule, we'll decide where we go. Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you.
Cam. Septic tank rules. No, not first. Sorry. Open basin first.
We'll get to those.
Oh, I can't wait.
Yeah.
I'm so excited.
Start with upland basins. There's like 4 of them. Which one is it?
Right there. Ducks.
No, upland basin, right?
Subject tank. And you want PowerPoint?
Yes.
That should be you. Okay, and this clicker right here, this is what they can see up there and we'll control it up there. You know what I mean?
I hope so, yeah.
Okay.
I got it, cool. Give me 1 second. Afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission. My name is Cameron Luck, and I'm here to present and discuss proposed amendments to align your rules addressing upland basin marinas with recent amendments to General Statute 113A 129, which is CAMA. Cool. In 2025, Senate Bill 472 proposed language to be added to CAMA, specifically addressing the permitting of upland basin marinas. The bill was signed into law by the governor on July 2nd, and staff have been implementing that law ever since that time. CAMA now defines upland basin marinas as you can see here, a marina constructed by excavating or dredging lands or elevations above the current mean or originally high water mark and designed to accommodate more than 10 vessels or boat slips. Upland basin marinas are also to be considered water dependent. This just means any general use standard or exception specific to water dependent development activities may apply to upland basin marinas when relevant. At a previous commission meeting, staff were asked to review existing CRC rules and provide any amendments that need to occur to ensure the rules are consistent with the updated legislation. The majority of the changes to CAMA include newly established decision-making timelines for permit review and approval, as well as environmental criteria to be used in conjunction with CRC rule to determine a project's qualification for approval by DCM. I'll talk more about those in detail as we make our way through this presentation. So first, from a permit processing perspective, the updates to CAMA require an applicant to only submit a major permit application to the department. So instead of an application going to both Division of Water Resources and Division of Coastal Management, it comes to the department. In other words, the major permit application serves as the DWR application as well. Updates to CAMA also provide a single add info or additional information request opportunity for the department, not the divisions. Within 30 days of receipt, this means that DCM and DWR must coordinate and currently do coordinate as a result of this legislation, their requests into one should either agency need more clarifying information. One other major change from a processing standpoint is the permit review period. Both CAMA and dredge and fill law currently allow for 75 days of review for major permit applications. However, under the new legislation specific for upland basin marinas, both DWR and DCM have 60 days for applications involving upland basin marinas. For projects where additional information is requested within that 30-day period, the 60-day clock is restarted once a response with the appropriate information is received. These updates also establish an assumption of approval should the applicant not receive a decision within the 60-day review period. However, grounds for permit denial are based on a director determining that unique characteristics of the site demonstrate the criteria laid out in the CAMA for upland basin marinas cannot be met. So I'm going to, in the end, this is quite a heavy slide, but I'm going to try and walk through the 10 permitting criteria laid out in CAMA. These are the criteria that a permitting decision is based off of. So instead of it being within rule, it's actually within CAMA, and they're quite specific. So as I mentioned, CAMA now has 10 established criteria to be used in permitting an upland basin marina project. Starting with the basic definition, which we talked about earlier, the upland basin marinas must accommodate 10 or more vessels in the form of slips, dry stacks, or boat lifts, and not just wet slips. There's also a component within the criteria for dissolved oxygen within the basin, which has to be maintained at levels at least equal to that measured up to 50 plus or minus 5 feet from the entrance prior to development. If technology is needed to maintain those water quality conditions, the applicant also has to provide a bond or other dedicated funding source to support its long-term operation. Which you can see here. The update also now establishes specific allowances for coastal wetland impacts. Impacts are limited to no more than 5% of the coastal wetlands within the total area of the proposed marina waters, and no more than 10% of the coastal wetlands occurring along the linear shoreline. Alongside all of this, the project still has to comply with the Commission's existing use standards for navigation, channels, canals, and boat basins. This criteria also specifies that an upland basin marina will not be considered a finger canal so long as it does not contain right angle corners. For the shoreline requirements, the law changes how the vegetated buffer applies. Under 7, it's specific to the 30-foot vegetated buffer, but as Greg mentioned earlier, there's also the DWR, TARPAM, Neuse River buffers. Those also wouldn't apply if the marina is sited in those areas where those buffers would override the CAMA buffer. Let's see here, where am I? Newly created inside shorelines associated with the basin are not subject to that buffer requirement. And the law also specifically addresses stormwater management associated with the marina. Essentially, I'm trying to remember this. Any stormwater management system can now be sited within the 30-foot buffer area if it's associated with that marina. That's about mitigation. And then specific to significant adverse impacts, so the final and 10th criteria gets the broader significant adverse impact determination. Essentially, if a project meets the 9 previous criteria, as laid out in CAMA, the project is assumed to meet and avoid significant adverse impact. And so this is the guidance that staff are using to determine whether or not Upland Basin Marina qualifies for a permit. So jumping into amendments and considering the current CRC rules as they pertain to these marinas, starting in your or canals, without first considering alternatives. However, the updated legislature does not make the same consideration, instead allows impacts based on different criteria. So we've updated the language within 0208 marina. So we'll be adding marina after the word basin there. That have wetland impacts may be authorized pursuant to that of CAMA. Then the coastal shorelines AEC language, which is a 208B25J. Stormwater management systems are not typically allowed within the vegetated 30-foot buffer area. This rule has been overridden by the updates to CAMA, and now specifically states under criteria 8, the proposed Upland Basin Marina project complies with specific use standards adopted by the CRC for marinas, except that a stormwater management system may be located within the 30-foot buffer area described in subdivision 7 of this section. So staff have included similar language within this rule. And that's it.
Thank you, Cam. Good presentation. Discussion and questions about the commission? Larry?
Cameron, technology problems here. The stormwater, I thought stormwater rules required a 50-foot setback from any body of water. Is this law going to change that stormwater structures can go within that 30-foot buffer?
My understanding is, and I have CAMA here somewhere, it now specifically allows those systems within the 30-foot buffer in association with an upland basin marina.
Well, I wondered if the stormwater people got note of that too, because there may be a conflict there. They were pretty strict on that.
We do coordinate with them on our permit reviews, so there will be communication if there isn't already.
Okay.
Yep.
Go ahead.
So a follow-up question to that is, do I interpret it that only the stormwater structures associated with the upland basin are allowed in that, but not the stormwater for the rest of the development is allowed in that? Is that that's, I guess, my assumption of what they mean there. Is that accurate?
So I'll read you criteria 8. We read that pretty broadly. But I can tell you that it specifically says, proposed upland basin marine project complies with specific use standards of the CRC for marinas, except that a stormwater management system may be located within the 30-foot buffer area described in subdivision 7 of this section.
So our rule would supersede stormwater rules?
Well, CAMA statute.
Okay. Seems to me there's going to be some confusion out there. Yes. As to what's allowed, even based on Neil's question, which was not allowed in the upland basin 30, it's allowed in the 30-foot buffer of upland basin, but not in any other development.
And that's in CAMA, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Going to be interesting. Any other questions? Then the question I have for the commission is, do we want to move forward with a motion to approve these amendments to 7H.0208?
Madam Chair, I'll make that motion to move forward with those proposed rules.
I'll second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Andrew, to get both.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor? All opposed? Appears to be unanimous, which would be 11, since we no longer have 13.
I have a question. We can jump right into septic tanks, but I was going to ask if you'd like to go ahead and knock out the other legislative change, which is docks and piers prior to that.
Sure, let's do that one before we dump feet first in septic tanks.
Madam Chair, before we leave that last one, I did notice a couple of typos. That 30-foot buffer, a couple times it just says 30 buffer instead of 30 foot. So
I appreciate that. We'll be cleaning all of that up.
Okay.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. A lot of moving parts up here. You guys, we're good to go?
Go ahead, Cam, you're fine.
Okay, great. So as you, as the commissioner are aware, back in 2024, several amendments were made to CAMA through Session Laws 2024-45 and then 2024-53. Those amendments included new language expanding the permit exemption for the repair and replacement of existing docking facilities in coastal North Carolina. Prior to this change, CRC rules generally considered work to be replacement when more than 50% of a docking facility's structural components had to be rebuilt. Work below that threshold could generally be treated as repair, while replacement required a CAMA permit. The amendments to CAMA changed that framework by establishing a statutory exemption that allows qualifying docking facilities to be repaired or replaced without a CAMA permit, regardless of the percentage of structural components that need to be replaced. Importantly, though, that exemption does not apply to every docking facility. The law establishes specific conditions on the type, size, location, and extent of the work that must be met for a project to qualify for that. So I've sort of broken down what is allowed in CAMA, if the CAMA exemption applies, and exemptions that exemption does not apply, to a list of situations. The new provisions in CAMA provide several specific allowances for facilities that qualify for the exemption. As I mentioned, there's no longer a limit on the percentage of structural components. The law also allows the length of or width of the structure to be increased by up to 5 feet or 5%, whichever is less, and allows the structure to be increased in height. However, CAMA still places several limitations on which facilities qualify. Structures must have been damaged or destroyed by natural elements, fire, or normal deterioration. Docks and piers greater than 6 feet in width or with more than 800 square feet of platform do not qualify for the exemption. The exemption also does not apply to facilities adjacent to federal navigation channels. That last limitation also came with a specific direction for the department to provide maps and other information to help property owners determine whether their facilities are adjacent to a federal navigation channel. And DCM is coordinated with the Corps of Engineers on that to establish those tools and make them available to the public, which I will show you at the end. Staff incorporated these statutory changes into the existing repair replacement provisions in 07J0210, including a reference to federal navigational channel mapping. So this is the rule change that's been made in your 07J0210, repair and replacement language. Session Law 2024-45 includes requirements for CAMA to amend this rule and any other CAMA rules consistent with the changes applied to CAMA. The proposed language essentially preserves existing replacement and repair exemption thresholds for water-dependent structures, but clarifies that those thresholds do not apply to facilities that meet the new statutory exemption. So you can see that for proposed work on a docking facility, it would normally be considered replacement if a docking facility is expanded at all. This would not be the case if the facility meets those thresholds and is within the 5% or 5-foot expansion limitations. In order to exempt facilities that meet the new criteria, staff has proposed language that indicates facilities with components that do not meet CAMA thresholds or for repair and replacement would be required to continue to follow the 50% repair and replace exemption. And finally, staff is proposing that CRC include a link directly in the rule where you can see those X's right now. It's quite a long link, and we established the link in a format that'll work in rule after getting this over to you all. But that link essentially goes to the department's webpage, which provides information right now about the language requesting the department to provide the link and an explanation of what qualifies as it's written in CAMA. And then at the bottom of that page, you click and this takes you to the Army Corps of Engineers page where they have a GIS tool that can be utilized by the public. Type in your address and see if you are immediately adjacent to that red buffer. And that's what I have for that.
Thank you, Cam. Questions for Cam about the peer replacement rule? Jordan?
So this is the one that NOAA had to approve first, is that right?
So, is that right, Dan?
Yes, we went through several iterations of that.
But they had to approve the statutory change, not the rule change.
Right. So is that, the reason why I'm asking is because that was done in 2024. Here we are in 2026, starting rulemaking. That's going to be another 2 years probably. So from the time of passing to now, it's probably going to be 4 years before the rule became effective. So I'm just trying to figure out why it might took that long.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the statute really speaks for itself. And if you look at the proposed rule change, it really just points to the statute. There's no actual new language in the rule. So we've been implementing it as statute.
Gotcha. Right. Yeah. But that is because it had to go through NOAA before we could consider anything. Is that right? Or
No, that wasn't a requirement. We actually did just get the NOAA approval about a week ago on statutory change.
Okay.
But it wasn't a requirement.
Just for my understanding, so whenever we have to go to get NOAA approval for something, we can still proceed in doing rulemaking?
Correct. The NOAA approval allows that rule to be used in federal consistency. And that's the only function of that rule, NOAA approval.
Might be good if you could just explain the reason why we had to go to NOAA to get approval for
Sure.
the folks that are new.
Sure. Well, this was actually directed by the statute.
Right.
It directed the division or the commission to get these specific changes approved by NOAA. We'd not seen that prior to that in any legislation that affected CAMA. So this was sort of a new thing. The way it was written, it said that the law would not take effect until NOAA approved it. And NOAA said, well, we don't know if we can approve it if it's not in effect, because it's just then a proposed rule. So that's why it took NOAA 2 years to sort of wrestle with that question. They also had a couple of key retirements in that time frame. So it was an extended review at the federal level.
Yeah. This might be a legal question. There's been the viewpoint that to be able to make some of those changes, the reason why it has to go to NOAA, and I don't know if this is correct, but is that it could potentially put us out of compliance if we went with our coastal, whatever management plan that we have with NOAA, right? What's the formal?
The approved coastal management plan program.
Yep. So if we didn't get them to approve it, we could be out of compliance. Is that?
That's not accurate. Again, the state's free to implement any rules that it chooses. You can have multiple rules that haven't been reviewed or approved by NOAA, and they operate just fine at the state level. If there's a federal project that comes in through consistency, and that rule hasn't been approved by NOAA for consistency, then we can't use that particular rule.
That's really helpful. Thank you.
Any other questions for Cameron? If not, motion will be needed to approve amendments to 7J.0210. Doesn't have another point. Okay. That's the end of the point.
Madam Chair, I'll make that motion.
Motion's been made. Is there a second? Seconded by Lauren. Any further discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you. Thank you, Cam. Now we're going to jump into septic tanks.
Yeah.
Cam, you've got a dirty job, but somebody has to do it today.
It's a important topic to be trying to solve, so happy
It is.
to help how I can. Good. Okay, so I was not here yesterday, but I am aware that there's quite a bit of discussion on this topic at the CRAC. And I know there's a lot of really good ideas floating around right now for how to address it. What I'm presenting right now is the most recent attempt by staff to do so. I am aware that since putting this memo out there, we have received comments from the Septic Tank Owners Association and from the North Carolina Builders, Home Builders Association with feedback on that rule. So I'm going to proceed with this presentation with the proposed rule language. I think we welcome discussion on this topic, and we're fully aware that there's more work to be done. So I will go ahead and jump in. And I have provided some, I know we've presented on this quite a few times, but we do have 4 new members. So part of this intro is sort of to get everybody up to speed on where we're at on this topic and what has been done, trying to keep it sort of high level in that regard. So we can go ahead and get to the language and some of the discussion. Either way, as the commission is aware, DCM has been working to address issues associated with oceanfront septic systems and the effects of continued shoreline erosion. Much of the discussion initially grew out of the conditions we are seeing and continue to see in Rodanthe and Buxton, where erosion and shoreline migration increasingly left septic systems exposed on the beach. In some cases, tanks and other components that were originally located beneath or landward of structures have become exposed to regular tidal inundation, increasingly vulnerable to waves, overwash, and storm damage. Those conditions create concerns not only when a system completely fails, but also as property owners need to repeatedly access, maintain, or repair systems that are now located on the active beach. While Rodanthe and Buxton have provided the most visible and well-documented examples, this isn't necessarily an issue that's unique to Dare County. The underlying concern is continued shoreline erosion. So similar conditions have the potential to occur anywhere along North Carolina's oceanfront where private on-site septic is being used to treat waste. This is our collection of images thus far that's growing. And I thought I'd share it just to give you some perspective. Most of you have seen these images before. This is just to provide some context around what we're talking about. You can see that as the shoreline has migrated landward, wastewater infrastructure that was once in compliance with your setback rules is now exposed directly on the beach. So as a reminder, the rule language that we're wrestling with right now is for existing septic systems, not for brand new systems and new builds. The question is how your existing rules apply, or the next question is how your existing rules apply when a septic system reaches this point. There's several provisions within the commission's rules that address septic systems in ocean hazard areas, but they weren't necessarily written to address circumstances we're now seeing on the ocean front. This is a busy slide. It's just to introduce you to some of those rules that apply. And I'll try and keep this, well, I'll do my best to keep it brief. There's 3 primary rules here that come into play. Section 306 is the ocean hazard area general use standards, which include structure setbacks, relocation requirements. 308 addresses specific use standards, including opportunities to protect those structures through temporary erosion control structures, i.e. sandbags. And then 0210, which I actually just presented to you on about repair and replace, that establishes exemption criteria for repair and replacement of existing structures. And this would be considered historically part of the house. And I'll talk about that a little bit later, but where this is particularly, got ahead of myself. Under the existing rules, when a structure is replaced or relocated using public funds, it must be brought into full compliance with the applicable standards. And when private funds are used, or non-public funds, as it's written in rule, the structure and its systems must instead be relocated the maximum feasible distance landward, and the septic system cannot be located oceanward of the primary structure. Where this becomes particularly important for today's discussion is how O210 applies when an existing septic system needs repair or replacement. For the purposes of determining whether a work qualifies for the exemption under O210, DEQ policy considers the cost of septic system repair or replacement as part of the repair cost for the associated structure. Essentially, a septic system is considered part of the house. The total repair cost is then compared against the value of the structure to determine whether 50% of the value of the house has been met or exceeded. And if it has been met or exceeded, a permit is required. If it's underneath that 50% valuation, there's an exemption and no camera permit is required. And in most cases, from what I understand, the cost of replacing that system is less than 50% of the total value of the property or the total value of the structure, apologies. And so a camera permit is almost never required to do that work. And therefore those systems are continuing to be worked on. So DHHS and local health departments also regulate these systems. We've done a lot of coordination with them. I'll talk about that here in a little bit. They require a 50-foot setback from mean high water on rapidly eroding shorelines like we're seeing in Rodanthe and Buxton. The surveyed mean high water associated with the existing system doesn't necessarily reflect the actual condition on the ground. Oftentimes that mean high water mark is in the water. Systems can technically meet that setback while the tank or other components are now exposed on the beach or subject to regular inundation and overwash, and in some cases can be repaired. So while the system may remain allowable from an on-site wastewater perspective, our concern remains on how the CRC rules can effectively address repair and replacement once the system is physically exposed on the ocean beach. Under the existing framework, we're seeing systems fail, be repaired, remain exposed, and subsequently fail again. The recurrent cycle is one of the primary issues these amendments are intending to address. And real quickly, before getting to how we approach these amendments, or we've attempted to approach these amendments, there's one piece of the existing framework that's important. A structure can remain in place for up to 8 years after becoming imminently threatened, unless it collapses or subsides sooner. Simply having a septic system become exposed on the beach doesn't trigger immediate removal according to your rule. That creates the window we're concerned about, a system that can remain exposed and repaired repeatedly. So this isn't a new issue for the commission, as we've established. The amendments in front of you today have evolved considerably through that discussion. And like I said, we anticipate they will continue to do so. Earlier this year, rather than move forward with the language, we had been considering staff pause that effort, specifically to coordinate further with DHHS and the regulated community. That led to the March stakeholder meeting in Buxton and a field visit to look directly at some of these systems. Staff has continued to work through that feedback and develop the amendments we're bringing today. Some of the take homes from the discussion: staff participated in a stakeholder meeting in Buxton that brought together local health departments, the septic industry, Home Builders Association, realtors, Dare County, National Park Service, and several other environmental interests, including Coastal Federation, included a field visit. A lot of the discussion focused on the rule language we had previously considered, particularly where to draw the line between routine maintenance and a repair that would require a camera permit. Stakeholders also raised the question of whether the rule should apply broadly through the ocean hazard area or be more targeted to systems that actually become exposed to the ocean beach. So I will jump into the proposed rule amendments. So this hasn't changed much since before. This is the seemingly relatively straightforward, implies the new septic systems only. 0306 already prohibits new development from extending oceanward of the ocean hazard setback. The proposed language here was intended to clarify that septic tanks, pump tanks, and components of a ground absorption system are included in that requirement. And we're referencing the general statute associated with the definitions for wastewater system components to ensure that the terminology is consistent. So this doesn't create a new setback. It clarifies that these components are subject to the.
Go to green. Go to green. There you go.
Earlier, you talked about when there's, it's identified that there's imminent danger, I think, in losing a septic tank. You have 8 years.
The structures.
Okay. Right now, the septic tank is considered part of the house. That's one of the things that we talked about at the last meeting was whether to separate the value of the tank to its own entity versus the house. Then adjusting the rule, seems to me that that could be adjusted as well. Because 8 years to scrap septic tank is a long time.
Part of what we're working on is trying to separate out.
Okay.
I think they would have to go along with each other,
One
not
would
just
hope.
separate. Yes. Thank you, Commissioner King.
Figure out where I was. I've added language which would prohibit the relocation of septic systems, water vegetation line. This is more restrictive than what is currently in rule, which requires relocated septic systems to be landward of the primary structure. This change would also
Off the public trust beach. The vegetation line and public trust beach are not necessarily the same. Because if you're taking Rodanthe, for instance, have third row houses that are considered landward of the vegetation line, but they're not really on the beach themselves. Whereas the first row house probably is on the beach. The second and third typically are not. Per se, in anybody's viewpoint.
it's going to be.
Other than the vegetation line's viewpoint.
It'll be a good discussion and talk about what is the beach. That we do have definitions in Ocean Beach, and there are landward bounds within that definition. And I know that's something that came up in the CRAC discussion. So, yes.
Strikes me that it might be easier to get rid of Rodanthe and Buxton first to get to all this stuff.
Yeah.
Commissioner King will get those comments repeated back to him at some point in time, no doubt, from Buxton especially. Questions about the commission? Larry?
Cameron, thanks for the update on this issue. It's been an ongoing one, and it still needs to be something done about it. I'm really curious. I mean, I know there's other outside parties and Department of Health, Human Resources in coordination with them, especially on the definition of maintenance. We don't have regulatory control over waste treatment systems. We do have regulatory control over structures within a AEC. And that's where I think we need to concentrate our efforts is structures within the AEC, whether it's a house, waste treatment system, or anything else. We should have regulatory control over that. The problem is it's about like the stormwater. Have we got two agencies working parallel or across each other? And here, there has to be clear communication. And I mean, it'd be much, much clearer if Health and Human Resources would simply, in their list of buffers and setbacks, would, add an amendment to their rule that recognizes, whether it's a setback from a mean high water mark, a ditch, a house, easement areas, whatever, that it's clear in their rules that if a waste treatment system is within an ocean hazard area, setback area, it cannot be relocated and repaired. Simple, clean. And then that's their regulatory control. They have total control over it, and they're going to be the agencies going to be called to go out there. And then we've got us sort of sitting in between, whether they consistently contact CAMA or CRC for clear definition, much less having two definitions of maintenance, our definition of maintenance, and then they've got their own separate definition of maintenance. And that, just to try to make it clear for the future, so there's not more confusion over this, and it's clear to the property owner also of who actually has regulatory control. But, and I guess my question is, was there any inkling on that from Health Human Resources of amending their rules to make that clearer and their rules, so it's clear not only to the public, but mainly within their representatives, especially in the coastal counties?
It was made, I don't want to say crystal clear, but it was made somewhat clear to us that that would be unlikely to happen, and that they were very supportive of our efforts.
Of course.
To sort this out.
But we don't have regulatory control. We have control over structures. We don't have control over how waste treatment systems are built, designed, and located.
Yeah, we're approaching this from development, what constitutes development.
Yep.
Because we have that ability. But you're right, and we're doing our best to coordinate with them to try and not step on each other's toes here. Yeah, it's a lot of balls in play.
It's an important issue. I mean, people don't realize these on-site waste treatment systems, they serve about 50% of the population in North Carolina. And on the coast, besides Brunswick County and some community systems, most of it rely on these on-site waste treatment systems. It's an important issue, not only for public health, number one, and safety, but for the property owner, so it's clear of what they can do, what they can't do, or be aware of.
Jordan? Oh, sorry, Neil. Go ahead. Neil.
I was going to say, I have a hard time understanding why someone would have an issue with these proposed rules. They seem to make rational common sense. We've been working on this for 3.5 years already. I hope that we can take some concrete steps very soon, if not today, to advance these forward in our rulemaking process.
Jordan?
So, well, on that, did everyone get the public comments that we received? And anyways, I don't, under the statute, I don't think that routine maintenance is excluded from development. Is that correct?
So the statute gives the authority to the commission to set the threshold for what's considered a repair. So, for example, repairs are exempt under CAMA, but CAMA doesn't specify that repair is 50% of the value. It just says repairs are exempt. So the commission determines what that threshold is. In this case, in most cases, we use 50%, and folks are very familiar with that 50% rule, but that's not a hard and fast requirement under statute.
What I heard yesterday in public comment and in the CRAC discussion was, I don't think there was any discussion about septic tanks on the beach being supported. They were all wanting to get them out.
Correct.
What I heard was, when you go back 2 and 3 rows, that was the issue at
Correct.
hand. That was the sole issue at hand that I heard. I have heard from other concerned parties about the enforcement mechanism or who's permitting, whether LPOs are qualified to issue that kind of permit.
Right.
To issue what kind of permit?
A repair or anything to do with
Yeah,
septic
they
tanks,
do.
because LPOs don't issue any kind of permits currently, if I'm not mistaken, for septic tanks, do they? Other repair or maintenance, but I think there's some concern about the difference between different localities, how their LPOs work, whether there would be a consistency across the coastal communities. So.
I think this rule needs to go back to the stakeholder group for some more collaboration to come back.
But I do think one thing I think the staff needs to refine or meet with stakeholder groups about first, second, and third row as part of their discussion to bring back. But I think for this commission, I think we need to act as to whether we decide whether septic tanks are their own structure versus the value of the house. That's the only way you make any changes. Because if the
I would
value,
need to see some language before I can make that decision.
I'm just saying, we would direct staff to bring something back. But right now, it's always going to be a repair permit because the value of a house is always going to be worth more than the septic tank system. If it's not, then something's wrong. If the septic tank is worth more than the house, something's wrong. DR?
So when you said that, Neil, when you said that about 3.5 years, at one point I was thinking maybe I was on the Coastal Septic Tank Commission because I've been here 4 years, and so I share your desire to vote. And so it looks like to me that there are two issues maybe that we've not addressed here or that need to be addressed. And one is the one that CRAC brought up yesterday. And if we could change the wording to address that, second and third row homes. And the second would be to be able to separate the septic tank and let it be its own structure. I think if we did those two things, we don't need to keep, at least we can vote on that and maybe not keep kicking the can down the road.
Well, that was the issue that was raised yesterday by both the OBAR and with the CRAC. And then the value we brought it up last time, and then we brought it up again today. So you're right.
But is that something we could put into a motion to now and vote on rather than wait until?
Task staff to bring us back language for that. Yes.
But I'm saying, can we vote on that today?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Lauren?
If we voted on the language as presented today, we would just be voting to send it out to public comment, correct?
Correct. It would have to go to public comment.
So I'm with Neil and DR. We've talked about it. I'm of the mind, let it go as it is now out to public comment. People are going to pick it up. You'll get the comments. And then if you want to amend the language once it comes back from public comment, do it then. But go ahead and send it out for public comment.
I think it's going to be pretty drastically changed, and I don't know if it's just going to be tweaking at that point.
No, but it'll go ahead and get everybody to get all of that out. So you do it all at once and address it all at once it comes back.
Bankert?
So ultimately, it's commission's decision. I think for the staff, reading the comments from the home builders, from the Septic Tank Association, hearing the verbal comments yesterday, we think there are those two issues. And then the third is that definition of maintenance, which doesn't align with what DHHS has.
It's not compliant.
They're not the same. That's going to cause some confusion, but there's a struggle for us in looking at the DHHS definition of maintenance. There's so many things that are exempt or that are allowed as routine maintenance that I don't think we would accomplish anything with a rule change that just defers the DHHS definition. That's why we have a different definition in what's proposed here. So, but we're happy to look at alternatives for getting, just focus on the first row, resolving that with the stakeholders, that definitional difference, and then getting to, that's just with us, getting to separating septic tanks from the primary structure and bringing back language on those things.
Point two is there was a stakeholder meeting in March, and the first time they saw this language, from my understanding, was when we saw it, which was in August. So they haven't had time to actually the staff hasn't had time to circle back with the stakeholder group to go over this language. So I think.
I can tell you stakeholder groups have already contacted staff.
Well, that's what I'm saying is allow staff to go back to the stakeholder groups, refine it, bring it back to our October meeting. Everyone has a goal of not wanting these septic tanks on the beach. And quite frankly, if we wanted to do something so urgent, I don't know why there hasn't been something done just for Buxton and done for Rodanthe years ago. Like some sort of, let's see, y'all did 30 rules under emergency rulemaking for unforeseen threats to public safety and health. I would probably say that would be maybe some unforeseen public safety to health to do an AEC for Buxton and Rodanthe.
Oh, that takes a while to do AEC. That's not an easy thing to do either. There has to be a lot more documentation to that. It's not an easy one. And that one only came up, I believe, at the last meeting, talking about AEC. That was only back
It's
in our
in
June meeting.
February, but yeah.
February or June, one or the other, yes. So,
Madam Chair, if we think that we'll have these 2 or 3 remaining primary issues addressed by the October meeting, I guess I'm willing to wait another 2 months to try to get something that addresses those issues, and with the intent that we are ready to make a decision to move forward in October with the next step in the rulemaking process.
then let's give staff very clear direction. One is to separate out the value of the septic tank from the value of the house. Is that what I'm hearing? I'm
I
seeing a
don't
lot
know
of head
if, I don't know
shaking.
if it's separating the value as much as it is calling them 2 separate structures.
2 separate
Stay away
structures.
from the value, it's 2 separate
2
structures.
separate structures, which means they'll be evaluated separately as to cost.
For what? Just oceanfront homes, or are we going off of erosion rates in certain areas where that might be done? Or is this going to be every single oceanfront property that's going to be separated out now?
It's going to be oceanfront, I believe.
So all our 320-mile coastline's now going to require this to be separated out.
My concern is strictly on the oceanfront, and I share the HBA's concern. If it starts bleeding back with these rules past the oceanfront, I think that creates additional problems, certainly with health departments. So I would have an issue with separating the structures, oceanfront only, and limiting the timeline on how fast someone has to make these repairs. Something reasonable, less than,
I think I'm
for me,
seeing,
it's a lot
short of
less than-
Jordan, I'm seeing everybody shaking their heads yes about oceanfront.
I'm just asking questions. I'm not saying I'm opposed to it. I'm trying to understand it.
Well-
So are we saying that all oceanfront properties are going to have to be looking at to get a septic permit now?
That are on septic tank systems.
Even
The
if they
the-
got
it
a
would be a-
500-foot
It
buffer
would be a,
or setback?
it would be a separate structure. That's the consistency. If you have a 500-foot structure, you're not worried about the erosion right now anyway.
But if you have to get it repaired or something,
It still would be a separate structure.
What problem could that cause? What's your concern?
well, one is I think we're just creating a whole nother bureaucracy of having these oceanfront properties to go get a permit. And it's going to put more onto the staff to do. Who's going to be issuing those permits?
So one of the first triggers, it would have to be on the public trust beach. So if you had that 500 foot of vegetation.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
okay, I'm fine with that then. If it's on if the septic tank, if you're saying the septic tank is on the public trust beach,
Which is what the goal is to address.
which that would probably exclude all these areas that do have larger setbacks right now, big dunes, right? Yep. Totally fine with that.
So am I hearing consensus on that question first?
It seems to me that to accomplish the same thing, maybe make it a little clearer, would be if we separate the structures, but instead of the septic tank having to be on the public trust beach, it's the property that touches the public trust beach.
There's a lot, I think that, I'll have to defer to someone on that.
One that where you're affecting that's one where I think you're affecting your second and third rows because they're within the setback area.
And I'm saying that the property itself would be adjacent to the public trust beach, would be on the public trust beach. So in other words, the septic tank might be not on the public trust beach, but just on a lot. Septic tank is on a lot that is touching the public trust beach. Would not affect second and third
So
row.
second row.
I'm just trying to come up with a
I'm
definition
just
for
trying to make up in my
oceanfront.
mind that second row, oceanward of the vegetation line does not touch public trust beach.
I think there's probably some areas
Public
that
trust
are.
beach is at the mean high water line, I believe.
Which is a measurement that nobody takes.
Madam Chair, I had a question. Is it possible that we could just focus on the 2 areas that are struggling most with this? Do we have to make a rule that affects the entire state line? It seems like we have other places where, just sometimes one rule doesn't fit everybody.
I've said that forever and I've not gotten anywhere with it so far.
I-
2020.
Can we?
And,
24
and, and I'll have to
years.
second that. I like that opinion because if you create a good cookie cutter that works for that area, when another area pops up, take that model, put it there.
Having problems in other parts of the coastline?
Yes.
Yes, we are.
Then that answers that question.
It's not just these two areas. They are the poster child, but there are other areas that are on septic that have exposed septic
Then we
tanks
need-
or,
then
or
I-
about
There
to
are.
have.
Okay,
Yes,
and then I
there are.
would agree with that, Neil, then.
And there are some in Nags Head that have that same issue.
Okay. Well, the most important issue is to correct the failure of septic systems that are in the sand that are flooding into the ocean. It seems pretty basic. 8 years is too long.
How feasible is I hate to even say this, how feasible is a septic line, for lack of a better, drawing a,
One
No.
more line?
That's going to be how hard to determine.
okay, I'm
Um,
trying.
I know you are. Can I
I
hear?
still say 3 strikes you're out. I still think that's a way you could do this.
So I'll either entertain a motion or I'll have consensus about structures will be separated between septic tanks and houses. And the 8-year does not apply.
And for the septic tanks that are on the public beach.
For the first row oceanfront.
Because I think there are different definitions of how you get to the trustees or not second. But
Yeah.
it's oceanfront, separate them, and can we give staff direction on what's a reasonable amount of time to remove that?
I'm just going back to what Tankard said, and I think what he said is what we're all thinking. Is that, can you repeat it?
Which part?
I don't know. The part where the septic tanks that would be separated out is the ones that are oceanfront, but are ones that are on the public trust beach.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And we can bring this back to you as sort of a menu of, here's option A, option B, option C, and you can sort of mix and match and build your Lego pyramid.
By October.
By October.
It would
So-
be
so-
October.
So maybe if you could give us just an idea of a timeline, if we vote on some of these things today, and then what you're going to do with setting up a stakeholder meeting with folks, and then when you can get us some language back to.
And so just for everyone's information, the way we've operated for many years is when the commission asked staff to come back with draft rule language, we don't typically share that with stakeholders prior to bringing it back to the commission. So this is a case where we understand the frustration, but that's just been the process. So if you all want us to change that, we're happy to do it, or we'll keep it the same way. But anyway, we'll circle back now with the stakeholders, having had this discussion. We can go to them with these changes and get that meeting scheduled as quickly as we can. But we will be working towards getting that back to you in October.
So I'm a little confused now. The fastest way to get this in front of the stakeholders is to move to public comment now. If you wanted to get it to the stakeholders across the board to say, go look at this, what do you think? And look at the nuances, but we can otherwise take the other route that is being proposed and give staff clarity, but you're not going to get it to the stakeholders until it comes back to us. So,
If I could just comment, because I went to one of the meetings.
well, well, before you comment,
Okay. Yep. Yes,
I
ma'am.
want to make sure that my thought process is accurate because you're confusing me.
Sorry. I think I'm confusing myself.
So it's actually, it would be faster to go back directly to the stakeholders, because if we go to public hearing, we've got to send this to the OAH, get it published in the register. That's a weeks-long process. So we can actually go back tomorrow and say, we've had discussion, can we set up a meeting to have a.
Thank you. Now, Jordan, have at it.
There's a whole group, as Cameron
Oh, I know
mentioned,
that,
and they Coastal Federation's been a partner in trying to organize that, bringing folks together. And I went to the meeting down in March there, and we walked on the beach. We looked at everything. So I think that's the group that we're trying to reassemble here. So.
I think we're talking, I think we're saying the same thing. I just want to make sure, when you say septic tank on the public beach, what I'm hearing is septic tanks on oceanfront lots. The tank itself doesn't need to be on the beach, but it has to be on the lot.
They have to be on the
But
same,
Jason-
the tank and the house have to be on the same lot. That's how it's permitted.
Right.
So we're
But the
talking about,
tank doesn't have to be on the public beach for us to be talking about this.
if you talk about one of the photos that Cam put up, which was the one with the house sitting in the water and the tank behind it that was still flooding with the ocean, they're one and the same because they're still part of the oceanfront house.
Yeah, I don't think we're including every oceanfront property. Is that correct?
Yes, we are talking about oceanfront.
Every single
We did,
oceanfront
we did
property.
not exempt, we didn't pick and choose this house, or skip this one. We didn't, that's not what we said. We said, Steve, correct me if I'm wrong, we said oceanfront.
Oceanfront?
Yeah.
That's what I'm hearing.
Ocean.
I mean, that's what I'm thinking.
Jordan, are you thinking that some of these septic tanks themselves are actually located in the public trust sand?
Some of them are, yes.
That's the ones I was referring to.
And those are the ones that you would like to, right?
That are the
But
problem.
there's also some that are on oceanfront lots that are also having problems?
Yes. That are being replaced all the time.
That's what I want to make sure we're including
I
all of
just,
those.
I look at, you're gonna be
Yeah.
doing pretty much eminent domain on people's property when you do this.
I think you're talking about oceanfront lots with septic tanks
And I
continually
need to
flooding.
understand, why do you think that's eminent domain?
Because if they can't get a permit to repair it, how are they gonna have a house?
If their septic tank isn't functioning, they shouldn't be able to live there and use the septic tank. I mean, that's a basic
I'm not
law. We're talking
saying
about
that-
public health and safety here. That's more important than one individual landowner, in my opinion. Their failing septic tank is impacting their neighbors and the visitors to that beach and everything else that uses the ocean nearby that failing septic tank. That's why, to me, the public health and safety is more important than one potential landowner who is potentially struggling to get their septic tank to work or not.
And
If it's
so-
failing, they shouldn't be using the septic tank.
And so what we're now determining is on the failure is not allowing a very limited scope of quote repair, right? Or what we're saying is you can do maintenance. This proposed language says you can do a very limited maintenance, but once it fails, you're done.
And you may have to get a more innovative system. There are innovative systems that can be permitted.
That particular system that continues to have problems
Not
and
everything
fail
is a
can no
septic
longer be
tank.
repaired.
Many of the houses in Rodanthe use a peat system, which when it gets flooded, you take the peat out and you redo it.
Or just move it landward of the vegetation line,
If you can.
if you can.
If you can. Not everybody will be able to do that
We
because
won't.
Highway 12 in South Ag's Head, the vegetation line is Old Oregon Road.
Yeah.
And if you can't have it anywhere, if you can't keep it on the beach.
Nope, you just can't keep septic tanks on the beach. You just can't.
Seems reasonable to me, to not have your septic tank sitting on the beach.
So my question is, does staff need us to take a motion and formalize it? Or are you okay with the discussion that we've had and the consensus we've reached?
We are clear on the charge.
And we're asking staff to come back in 60 days?
At our October meeting with
So
new
maybe
language.
instead of 8 years, we could look at a timeline of,
October.
no, I just meant on how fast someone has to correct something. 8 years for me is just an
Well,
astounding amount of time.
Work stopped for a while
Well,
in
let
there
me
too.
just ask
No,
this
I mean,
too.
8 years on the.
Yeah.
the
Oh, yeah.
order-
He's talking about how long until
Oh.
they have to remove it.
Okay.
Right.
So are we asking staff also to go back to the stakeholders to work on the language, or are we?
Tankers already said they will show them to the stakeholders.
Well, I mean, I know, meet with the stakeholders, draft language, and then maybe give staff permission to share that language with the stakeholders to get more feedback before we get the final language. Can we give them?
I have no problem with showing it.
But I mean, he
no
said the
problem
policy
saying
is not typically that, so.
That's our intent. It's now out in public. They've seen it. So we can bring it to them and say, here's what the commission discussed. Here's what they asked us to come back with. So we'd like their input on.
They've
how to
already
craft
commented
those
on what
changes.
they've already commented on what was presented today. They all saw that.
Okay.
So.
And I just
they're
want to be
gonna
clear, all of us, I think, here, including me, don't want to see septic tanks on a public trust beach.
No,
Don't want
we
to see those pictures that we just were shown. We just want to try to find the right language to make sure that everybody's not going to be, that we're not going to have variances or whatever requests coming back because of some unintended consequence that we didn't, which I think we will already hopefully hashed out, so.
Sure. One of the questions that came up is if Commissioner Shuttleworth, 8 years is too long. That's tied to the sandbag rules, which, sandbags allowed to protect the structure.
We're not talking about sandbags.
Correct. Well, yes, but if you want to restrict the time that someone has to repair a system, repair, replace, move, whatever it is, the question of what's reasonable, I guess you factor in what's the impact of that system not working. I guess if it's not working, then it's not being used. So maybe there's no active public health. I'm just sort of brainstorming, but I don't know. We can ask for feedback from the stakeholders on what they think might be a reasonable timeframe.
I think a year or less. I mean, if you have a problem and you have to have something repaired, you generally don't wait 8 years to repair it.
Sure.
So if it's not functioning, someone's going to go out there and get it repaired pretty quickly.
Right.
If they can't get it repaired, then they ought to remove it.
Right.
In a reasonable amount of time, a year or less, that's, it's just my opinion. I'm just asking staff to give us some ideas on what's a reasonable and how that works in the rules. 8 years is a long time.
I'm seeing head shaking.
Yes.
I'm
waiting for other heads to shake.
Better make mine still. No, agreed.
I heard consensus.
Good. We also, in part of our charge, the stakeholders group you're working with the on-site, they can get rules and laws changed, believe me. I've seen it happen quick. And, but kind of plead with them that this can get messy if we get heavily involved with this. If we have a line, whatever line that may be, and I agree, it shouldn't be the ocean hazard setback buffer. That's where that includes the second, third row. But the line being, first line of stable vegetation, if it's an unvegetated beach, a public beach, give the on-site wastewater professionals clear direction of what line we're talking about, and to see if they can get their rules amended. And it wouldn't be a major issue. It's just another buffer setback that requires that on-site waste treatment system to be not located. And they used to have it in their rules of areas. It used to be if it flooded once in every 10 years, that area is unsuitable for waste treatment system. And they took that out, and there's not really any reference in there.
It's called a west wind right now.
It can be. But it'd be so much simpler rather than us getting into the waste treatment septic tank business. It's, if they can alter and just simply amend their rules, that way it'd be clear from a regulatory standpoint.
I'll appoint you as a
Oh,
representative to
please,
go talk
no,
to
I'm
them.
on the CHPP.
There you go.
I've got enough.
So we're all in agreement? Everybody's happy? October is our line? Okay. We're done with septic tanks for today. And expect to come in here, not here. We'll be in, where will we be? Newbern. Expect to come to Newbern for action. Okay.
We know the date on the October meeting by chance?
Yes.
28, 29.
All right, Sarah, the floor is yours.
I provided you your August legal update with the agenda items. I apologize earlier. Commissioner Hennessy was right. I spoke incorrectly. The CRC RRC case was heard in the Court of Appeals in March. Time goes very fast. Regardless, we still don't have an opinion. And then the Reedy matter was heard more recently, just a few weeks ago. Clearly, we don't have an opinion on that. The rest of these are not anything new from your last meeting. Things are progressing slowly on some of them, as you can see. There were no variances at your June meeting. You heard one yesterday, so I will be drafting that order. And since your June meeting, there was one third-party hearing request that was denied. But I'm happy to answer any questions. And again, if you have specific questions about the Reedy or the RRC case, I can have counsel for either of those that are leading that litigation come and speak to you, or we can wait until there's an opinion and they can come speak to you then about the ramifications of those opinions then.
I think it'd be better to wait until the decision is granted one way or another and then have Ellie come to the meeting. That way we're not based on supposition, but facts.
A question on one that was I think a third-party hearing, and it's with the weather tower. Since we're considering a rule for weather towers on the beach.
This was entirely separate. This was not on the beach. It was,
Okay.
it was
Okay.
in
Then I'm fine.
HOA property down in Figure 8.
Yeah, I didn't know if it was on the beach or not.
No, it was not on the beach.
And permanent, not 14 days.
Right. It was a permanent structure requested by the HOA. They were permitted, and there was a challenge filed. And it was granted in part. The third-party hearing was granted in part and denied in part. And the petitioner has chosen to file with everything, even the denied parts. So that's
So is
where.
that in Superior Court or?
It is in Superior Court and it's also in OAH. And in that particular case, the petitioner is also, who lives at Figure 8, a resident of Figure 8, is also suing the HOA in a case that thankfully I am not involved in. And so there's a lot of litigation on that matter. But yes, Commissioner Hennessy, when I saw the rule, I was like, oh, maybe this applies, but no, it's not on the beach. That would have been a nicer solution.
Just not.
Are there any other questions? And again, you all have my email, and if you have any questions about this or matters generally, especially our new members, please feel free to reach out.
Thank you, Sarah. Our next meeting, as stated, was October 28th and 29th at the Doubletree in Newbern. And then Angela and I are working on dates for 2027, dates and locations, and that we will be sending those out. And then they will be more formalized at our October meeting as well. Yes, sir. Yes, I'm coming new business. There you go. We're still in new business. It's appropriate. Go right ahead. Mhm.
Our variance yesterday, I've had a couple of other discussions on that variance. And one of the things that, I was confused by the ruling that was the hang up on that, the separation of the buildings. And, I was looking at it where I thought it was very punitive to the landowner. But I've talked with other people and I've heard where that same rule's been abused. So I would like for staff to look at that rule, and I think it's 15A NCAC.0306 parentheses A6. Okay, you got that one? At least that was the rule that was referenced yesterday. But to look at that rule to try to maybe let's get some clarification on that, because it seemed ridiculous to me. Is the separate structure a 1/10 of an inch away from the existing structure? Is it 10 feet, 100 feet? And what was the intent and meaning? And also to consider structural integrity, especially on oceanfront homes like that. That is it better for the structure, if it's an addition, to be structurally attached or structurally separate?
Would you like to hear a staff discussion come forward about the intent of the rule and how it was propagated?
Yeah, that'd be good.
How it's propagated?
That'd be good.
Okay. All right.
I'll just touch on that. We just recently did the rule change on the 2,500, or it was 2,000, and then it was a grandfather that was removed. It's now 2,500 square foot. And I know that there was conversation about, and I remember, I think it was Commissioner Bryan that brought up a good bit about the footprint. We were trying to get a good feel for footprint of when, in that rule with moving a house. And yesterday was talked about footprint and moving the structure, and two structures would be easier to be moved or whatever. But I still think that the footprint of that house there was still going to be under the 2,500. So it might be something, as you brought up, a further discussion.
Let us get through one discussion before we go to another discussion.
Oh, I like multiple.
We discussed the chip yesterday, or heard a presentation about the chip. Commissioner Baldwin is one of our representatives on the chip committee, and Commissioner Emery was the other representative, which will no longer be here. So I am putting Lauren Salter as our other representative on the chip.
Congratulations. You'll love it.
Other new business? Kent? Oh, yes. Who was going to make that presentation?
Kelly? You were on.
Sorry, Kelly.
Okay. Turn the floor over to Kelly.
Yes. Kelly, you have the floor. You missed your slot earlier, so we moved you to the end of the meeting.
Good afternoon, Chair Cahoon, members of the commission. My name is Kelly Spivey. I'm the district manager for the Washington office. Certainly last but not least, we want to recognize Kent Vaughn. We're going to ask him to come up. If you remember in your February meeting, Kent retired as a field representative, and he received a certificate from the division. We have some more certificates for him today from the governor's office as well as the department. So we want to present those to Kent, and we continue to work with Kent. He works with the Hyde County Soil and Water, and Kent and I have worked closely together since he retired on several projects, and we've applied some of the session laws that have been passed. So we look forward to working with Kent, and we have some certificates for him.
Appreciation to your many years of dedicated service. 30 years of service.
Well, Kent, at least you're not leaving empty-handed today. She did. She did.
This is retirement from the department's 30 years of distinguished service.
Excellent. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Kent. Anything else? Not. Needs no second. All in favor? All opposed? Needs no second at all for a motion to adjourn. Thank you all very much. It's been a productive meeting. We've got a lot to look forward to in October.
Great job.
I don't know about that.
It's Google's.